James, the first one.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Eastern Area Planning Committee, Wednesday, 31st of July at the Allendale Centre, Wimborne, which is one of 3 area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. For the benefit of the public, I am Councillor David Took, Chair of this Area Planning Committee. To my right is Councillor Duncan Surrey-House, who is my Vice Chairman. Officers attending today are Kim Cowell, who is our Eastern Area Manager, Elizabeth Adams, James Brighton, Ellie Lee and Claire Hooks and Emma MacDonald, our planning officers, and Lara Altree, who is our senior lawyer, and Megan Rochester, who is our Democratic Services Officer and is the committee clerk. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to today's meeting, especially members of the public. You are here to listen to the debate and decisions being taken, and that they have the opportunity to address the committee in accordance with our procedures. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed, and a copy of the recording of the meeting will be available on the website after the meeting. And by attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. I would make a small additional point. The small microphones on the desks in front of the committee here are straight to the webcast. They're always on, and they may pick up comments made without you turning your main microphone on. And I ask that all those in the room ensure their mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. And before starting, I'd like to say thank you to the previous chair, Councillor Tony Coombs, who is still a member of this committee, for her hard work and dedication over the past 5 years. She's been a great example to follow, and I hope to be able to keep up her good work. I'd now like to refer everyone's attention to our public participation protocol. This is a meeting held in public. It is not a public meeting, and only those who've registered to speak will be allowed to address the committee. The first 3 members of the public, including any community or amenity groups, have registered to speak for and against. I turn my notes over. Including the applicant or their representative, it's a maximum of 6 in total, will be invited to address the committee. If the applicant or their representative registers to speak, then only the first 2 members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application may address the committee. MPs need to register in the same way and will count as one of the 6 speakers. Town and parish councils and ward members of Dorset Council who are not members of the committee and who wish to address the committee will be allowed to speak, provided they have given due notice. All requests have to have been registered with our Democratic Services Support Officer, Megan, by 8:30 AM on Monday the 29th. So that's Monday this week. When invited to speak, please take your place at the desk in front of the committee. That's the desk just in the corner there, which has got the label public speakers on it. It has a microphone on it, and you can press the button to turn the microphone on. Each speaker will be strictly limited to 3 minutes, and the Vice Chairman will indicate when you have 30 seconds left. So please be aware of that. Start to wrap up. Furthermore, I would politely ask members of the public not to approach members of the committee during any short adjournments during the planning application consideration, as this could affect the lawfulness of the decision of the committee. Once we've heard from all the public speakers, I'll close the public part of the meeting and no further interventions will be allowed. So moving on to the first item on the agenda, apologies for absence.
We've received apologies for absence from Councillor Barry Gorringe and Councillor Hannah Hobsham.
Thanks, Megan. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? Councillor Ezard?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got item number 11, which is Alexander House. I will be speaking as a local member and not take part in any debate or decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Assad. I think we all heard that. Remind people to switch on their microphones.
Good morning, Scott Plort, Cork Mullen Ward. I'm predetermined on agenda item number 10, so I will not take part in the debate or the votes, and my colleague Duncan will speak on our behalf as ward members.
So, Councillor Sari House, Cork Mullen Ward. I am predetermined for agenda item and have been involved with this application for this property for a long time. So I will be speaking as ward member. I will not take part in the debate or vote, and I will recuse myself from the room whilst the debate.
Next item on the agenda is to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting. Has everybody seen those minutes, and any of those current members who were present then have any objection to them or comments? Take that as a resounding no. Thank you. The next section on the agenda is public participation. And I want to ask people if they want to make their representations at this point, or if they want to speak at the application. Does anybody wish to speak before the officer presentations? No, I'll take that as a resounding no as well then. We have a number of applications before us, and this is likely to take a little bit of time today. We have a running order which has been published on the agenda. However, because items 8 and 12 have no public speakers, item 8 has been moved to the end. So the running order will be item 6, which is High Street, Sturminster Marshall, which is pages 11 to 30 on your agenda. Item 7, Cherry Tree Close, which is pages 31 to 54 on your agenda, followed by item 9, which is the Mushroom Field, Fursbrook Road, followed by item 11, which is Alexander House, Scoborough Meadows, followed by item 8, which is Kemp's Country House in East Stoke, which is pages 55 to 78, and finally item 12, which is St Ives County First School, pages 131 to 144. Did I miss out item 10? Yeah. Item 10 will, I beg your pardon. Item 10 will come immediately after item 9, and that's pages 104. Right. I think we can move on with application thank you. I don't believe so, but have any applications been withdrawn or requested deferral? No. Application item 6 is application P Res 2024 stroke 01209. 97 and 99 High Street, Sturminster Marshall, PH21 4AT, and I will invite James Brightman to present his report, and after which we will then move to public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. This is a reserved matters application following the approval of an outline application 210473. Which is granted access and layout. Matters now for consideration are appearance, scale, and landscape. If There's been a slight update since the report was written. The drawing number was not included on the list of approved plans. This is the drawing report plans and route plans of houses 3 and 5. Now we have access. The application site is on the High Street in Sturmston Marshall, opposite Sheridan Way. 101 High Street to the north is a Grade 2 listed building, that's a cottage, and immediately to the south is number 95 High Street. To the rear are 10 and 11 Churchill Place. The existing dwellings on the site are a pair of semi-detached bungalows. They're set back from the High Street. 101 High Street is a 2-storey detached thatched cottage, and 95 High Street a detached shallow bungalow. These photographs show the views from the High Street. This top one shows the view is 105 High Street back towards the site. Just behind these bushes is 101 High Street, Holly Cottage. And this photo shows Holly Cottage, that's cottage here, and the context of the bungalows here existing on the site. Again, this one, more of the existing single-story bungalows and Holly Cottage. Finally, this one here, further down the High Street, looking back towards Holly Cottage, the render and thatch here, and the existing house on site bungalow. This is a proposed site plan. Shows the blue line for some dwellings that were previously proposed, and the bin collection area, which had already been approved on the previous application of fronting. Here we have a street scene at the top. The top blue line outline, dashed outline, is what we refused under the previous reserved matters application. And the red line is what is currently on site, the semi-detached bungalows. You can see the grey outline is the proposal semi-detached house at the front, sitting between Holly Cottage and Knights Park. Below is an artist's impression of what it may look. House at the front of the plot, fronting High Street, traditional design with gables fronting the street, roof lights at the front, bay windows at ground floor level. At the side, high-level windows to the bathrooms on either side. Given the design, it's quite a big property. There is an area of flat roof recess behind the ridge that won't be visible from the street. Behind, on the layout, are the 3 semi-flat terrace houses. They have roofs with the eaves facing the side boundaries. They will pitch away from the neighbouring properties. There's an ensuite one suite window on the side facing number 95, and that's for a bathroom. Again, the roof plan here, more traditional roof plan, low impact roof. Landscaping is for consideration, and what's being proposed is a native hedge to reinforce the existing hedge to Wire High Street on the cottage. Crab apple tree at the front, a low wall at the front with a apple blossom hedge behind. A couple of trees here, mountain ash trees on the boundary of number 95. In terms of the principal development, the outline has established that 5 dwellings in those positions will fit on the site, and the layout with the parking and the bin storage area has all been accepted. And this parking access and turning in the same place as the access. That's the outline, sorry. This is a street scene from the previously refused reserved matters. You can see the difference in the height of what we refused here and the relationship with number 95 Holly Cottage, and now the scheme here, which is much less massive, less impact on the street scene. In terms of impact on the neighbours, there is a separation of over 40 metres between the centre terraces at the back and 101 High Street, and 20 between the first floor window is nearest terrace and the rear of number 95. But this separation is acceptable without any screening. However, there is quite a dense hedge down here. The landscaping scheme is proposing 2 mountain ash trees in this area. And to give you a rough idea of what the mountain ash tree might look like, there's just a stock image here, essentially what it might grow to. Fairly refused reserved matters scheme with what we have now. On the right is the refuse scheme, and then these are the terraces at the back. You can see there is now quite a standard height eaves facing the side boundaries, whereas previously it was a gable. And the bulk capacity of the dwellings has been reduced quite significantly. A single window in what is the front elevation, but this will face back towards Holly Cottage. There are photographs showing the separation of back, so that distance is from the rear boundary of the site. So you've got good 32 metres at the shortest point between the dwelling here in Churchill Close and the nearest part of the terraced house at the back, which is acceptable in terms broken. This is a comparison between the elevations when you're looking from the side boundary. So if you stood in the garden of Holly Cottage or 95 High Street, you would see these elevations with the roof pitching way, reducing that vision impact. In comparison with the refuse scheme, which is a lot bulkier, a lot more massive scarf on that boundary. To summarise, the previous outline application has approved the principle of that layout, the citing the parking, the bin store, the number of parking spaces. In terms of the impact on the heritage asset, this Holly Cottage is a grade 2 listed building. Reduction in bulk and change in design has overcome previous concerns, and the council's conservation officer is now content with the impact. In terms of the character of the immediate area, the reduction in that scale, slight change in design, has overcome the council's concerns, and the reduction in the bulk of the dwellings at the back and the front, and especially with the single window at the back of the terrace, just looking towards 101 High Street and 95, so reduced that overlooking to an acceptable level. To summarise, to conclude, the officer report is subject to those conditions. The only one messed off is the starting through these. Thanks my presentation, members. I'll leave you with the site plan. It might help in the discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brightman. I now invite members of the public, planning agents, applicants, and town and parish councillors who are registered to speak to addresses. We only have one registered speaker on this item, who is the applicant or agent, Mr. Neil McKeon. If you want to come to the front desk and press the little button with a picture of a voice on it.
Great, wasn't it? Good morning, members. My name is Neil McKeown. I'm an Associate Director of Pure Town Planning, speaking on behalf of the applicant. In December 22, I actually presented the application for the demolition of the existing bungalows and erection of 5 dwellings, which the committee supported. A reserved matters application was then refused in January 24 in respect to the scale's impact on the setting of the Holly Cottage and the potential overlooking impact to number 95. The scale and design of the frontage dwellings has now been revised, with the proposed street scene showing a reduced ridge height of 2.2 metres. This new 6.4 metre ridge height is consistent with number 95 and also below that of Holly Cottage. The increased spacing and changed roof form between properties, removal of front dormer windows, new low-set brick boundary wall, and retention of boundary planting to Holly Cottage have been agreed with officers to ensure that frontage buildings create a positive addition in the street scene. The revisions ensure that there is no harm to the setting of the adjacent heritage asset. The reduced scale of the housing, coupled with window alterations and materials, has the support of respective officers, establishing the appearance, scale, and landscaping proposed will sit comfortably with Holly Cottage. This actually results in an improved relationship to that of the original 2020 outline application, which at the time of the appeal, the inspector actually, in that regard, was in support of. The revised plans show further changes to the rear units in the relationship with number 95 specifically. These units have reduced scale and create a single central window opening to their first floor front elevation, similar to the appeal arrangement, which the inspector also found acceptable at the time. The single bedroom window to unit 3 is over 20 metres from the rear elevation windows at number 95. This outlook is at an oblique angle and will not create harmful overlooking to the neighbour's rear window or garden area. Despite the separation gap and the angle, it was agreed with officers to include 2 new trees to the southern boundary to bolster the screening between properties, both now and in the future. The applicant extends her thanks to the planning and conservation officers, both past and present, for their collaboration throughout this 5-month process. The discussions were crucial in assessing the previous LPA concerns and taking the public comments and those of the parish council into consideration, incorporating alterations to deliver the best possible scheme. The revisions to the front and rear housing in terms of scale, roof form, windows, boundary treatment and landscaping is in direct response to these officer discussions and greatly benefits how the final design relates to neighbouring housing and the wider high street context. In conclusion, the proposal builds upon the positive aspects of the previous applications. The scheme safeguards against harmful overlooking to number 95 High Street and respects the setting of
30 seconds.
This delivers an attractive and well-considered 5-unit scheme with generous spacing, plot sizes, garden amenity and parking provision, which enhances the site's contribution to the character and appearance of High Street. And with this in mind and the full support of your officers, I ask members that you please take this into account and offer your support this morning. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. McKeon. I would ask the officer if there's any points raised that you wish to respond to. Okay. In that case, we'll open it to members of the committee. Can I request that members direct remarks through the chair? Indicate when you want to speak. We'll try and do it in the order that you indicate. Please note, any proposals made must be seconded before being debated or voted upon, and before the substantive motion is, sorry, if there's an amendment, then that has to be voted on first before we go back to the substantive motion. Please keep your, if you're on Teams, please keep your microphones on mute in Teams and your speakers off. Use a desk microphone supplied and ensure you speak into it, and state your name and where you represent when you speak. Start with questions and then move through to the debate. So anybody wishing to speak, please. Councillor Clower.
Thank you very much. You did say these wrong already, didn't you?
No, the small, these are.
Okay. The speaker just mentioned that the appeal on the outline on appeal rather than the council granting outline in the first place. As a point of clarity, as new members of the committee, I think we ought to know that.
Thank you, Chair. Outline application was originally put in for 2 houses either side of a central access leading to a terrace at the back. That was refused and it went to appeal, and the inspector considered that the principle of development was fine. The impact on neighbours was probably satisfactory, but he didn't like the design and the character of the street scene because he said the symmetry was out of keeping with the rest of the street, and so that was refused. They then submitted an alternative outline application which came before members for
Councillor Izzard. Sorry, is it?
I'm sorry, thank you.
Councillor Brenton.
they are not identical.
Councillor Brenton, Litchfield Ward. I've just got a couple of questions for the officer. Particularly the terraced houses, the floor space, it does seem very small, 90 square metres. Is this appropriate for houses which will be permanent residences? It seems more appropriate for holiday cottages. There's not an awful lot of storage space there. Do we have any, I assume these are going to be market houses. I mean, I know we can't refuse or whatever, but we have and this is not actually in Purbeck, but we are actually trying to discourage building of homes to be second homes on holiday.
This is a market house, as proposed, they are market houses. There's no policy in our full strategy that prevents people using second homes. But if they want to buy them with a second home, that'd be perfectly permissible. You can't judge on that. Everybody policy for that judgment.
I've just read it. I couldn't. I'm sure you've gone through it all, but could you outline what nature improvements or biodiversity net gain would accrue from this application? There was an established, though possibly overrun garden, which had quite a lot of wildlife interest. So what are we actually doing to promote renaturing, should we say?
Yes, I can. I should have said this earlier, but the outline has established the biodiversity mitigation. So we've got a biodiversity mitigation plan that's been approved by our natural environment team on the outline. So if they get approval for the reserve matters today, then they have to do two together. We have to discharge the condition and putting the biodiversity enhancement and confidence and mitigation measures. So it has already been considered previously.
It would be good to know what it was. That's boring through. So never mind.
So it's just a reserve matters application. We're not required to comment on that, assess it under those grounds. So I can't tell you, but it's all been approved anyway. So.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Coombs.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tony Coombs, Burwood Ward. Looking at the site plan that's up on the screen at the moment, I noticed that the 3 terrace properties at the rear have got parking in front, and I know the building to building distance is within acceptable limits, but I look at the relationship between the amenity space of both 95 and 101 and the location of the parking spaces. So my question is, can you explain what noise attenuation and boundary treatment there is to protect the amenity of the neighbours, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, that has already been sort of determined, Councillor Chair. That's already been determined in the outline application because this is exactly the same layout as the outline. So we've already and the ability, and so that's already been assessed. That the parking returning the noise from that is established, and we were just this is variance and landscaping. There's a landscaping condition in the proposed conditions. So I see what you mean, but it's not really up for consideration in terms of this application. But there is a bit of landscaping that will leave that edge here, quite degree of attenuation. It's not going to be fence. It's really bounded vegetation on the side, and the gardens themselves will have will be fenced ground. So there isn't a specific attenuation scheme, physical attenuation scheme. It's really the boundary. But hard surface and conditions of we will improve a smooth surface, for instance, not throughout the noise from that. What's this?
I do see that there is the landscaping condition. However, we don't have the details of what that landscaping scheme is. So what I'm trying to tease out is, within that scheme, is there any addition to the existing landscaping on the boundaries to protect the amenity of the others? And also, while I'm at it, for example, 2 new trees that are being planted, what standard are they? Are they going to be smaller? Are they going to be semi-mature? And again, how are they going to be protected to ensure we get the best growth from them?
There's actually a landscaping scheme. Yeah, there's actually a landscaping scheme. It's a bit faint, and I couldn't put the whole thing on the slide because there's lots of different plants and species. So it's a specific scheme in place for consideration. And the hard surfacing is actually tarmac for the roads and block paving for parking spaces. block with concrete pavement for the pathways. So that will reduce any noise footfall of vehicles to an acceptable level. We have specified the type of trees and bushes in there, so we could make sure that all happens.
That answers your question. Before we move on, I just want to make one observation. We've described these as trees, the two trees, as mountain ash. That's actually a rowan tree by any other name. And it's rowan trees are not susceptible to ash dieback. So there should be no danger from that. Just want to make that point. I've got Councillor Skeet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy Skeets, West Moors and Three-Legged Cross. I'm fairly new to the committee, so if you could bear in mind my naivety in that sense when I speak, because I've got a concern. When reading through the documents, there was quite a strong objection from Sturminster Parish Council, which I read, basically saying that they still didn't feel the architecture met the character of the local and nearby properties, and that the parish council consider a bungalow style or something lower, more in keeping, if you like, of the scale of the properties, because of their dominance with how they lay against other properties in the close vicinity. And my question, James, is I'm sure that you've taken that into account and have reasoning for your decision, but I'd like you to explain that if you could. And also, can you also tell me whether, if this application was approved, whether we could have a section 106 which removes the right for further permitted development on this site?
The slide with the street scene up here to show the relationship of the cottages to the house in front, and officers consider that to be an appropriate relationship given the heights are similar, ridge height and a bit lower than Folly Cottage. So us as officers and our conservation officer indeed consider that to be acceptable with good separation between Folly Cottage here. And with the houses at the rear, again, those distances, and they may be two-storey, but we think with the massing changes, the reduction of massing that they've established through this new application, that is sufficient to overcome concerns. In terms of the permitted developments you were referring to, yeah, we have a condition, number 6 actually on your agenda, which is page 26. That takes away the right to put any roof extensions. We think there's enough space for development for normal ground extensions, but the roof, we don't want the roof spoiled with extra bulk, given that we've negotiated to this condition.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, one more. There's no additional windows in the rear elevation of the terrace properties to stop any additional overlooking to the rear. Condition to take those rights away.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
It did answer my question. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ben.
Ezard.
Yeah, a couple of clarifications really from James. Now, the height's been reduced, yes, but you mentioned something about flat roofs or parts of the roof being flat. It's not clear what that is, and also there's no mention about whether you recommend or even the agent saying about solar panels or anything like that. Is that something that's been considered or actually proposed? Thank you.
In terms of the flat roof area,
Right.
in terms of the flat roof area, we have the front properties, the semi-detached house in the front. They have an area of recessed flat roof because they're very deep, and build to put a standard design pitch roof on there, increase the height to an unacceptable level. So they've done this with an area of flat roof, which is not uncommon. and the council has approved many of these schemes throughout the district, which you won't actually see area flat roof from the street scene. In terms of solar panels, this is application's first appearance. The outline would establish whether solar panels or not, but they're trimming to the way the right. So they could, under permitted development, right, they met the right regulations, install solar panels.
Thank you.
You content with that? Any further questions?
Councillor Brent.
Councillor Brenton.
I apologise for not having looked this in my first questions, but you said because of reducing noise, there will not be gravel driveways. So we're talking about hard tarmac. So are we, or is it the new resin permeable? I'm just thinking of the larger amounts of impermeable surfaces which will collect rainwater and which will divert onto the road. I just wonder how much thought has gone into that it may be in the outline permissions to do with driveways.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is on the outline, we've agreed a surface water condition. So what they have to do is put in details of appropriate surface water scheme for our drainage engineers to approve. That will make sure the surface water from each site won't exceed the current level surface water flow. So that is covered in the outline.
Answer your question?
Yep.
Any further questions from members of the committee? In that case, we can open it up for debate. Does anybody wish to make a comment or a proposal of any sort? Or is it? Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Burton Ward. I think I've heard enough this morning of officers to satisfy me that what we've got before us today is so that we can grant permission for. So if you're looking for someone to move the recommendation, I'm happy to do so on the basis of what we've heard this morning and the conditions that were included in the outline permission that was granted some while ago.
Just to be clear, you're proposing that we grant permission
That's what
with
it
the
says.
conditions as in the
As
agenda
per the item before
for the
us.
recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Skeet.
I agree with Spencer in principle, but I think there's one thing that we should add to the recommendation, and that's to remove the permitted development rights above the ground or floor level. And if that was the case, then I'd be happy to support. Are you happy with that, Spencer?
Well, that's not, hang on.
Sorry, is that?
So that's not quite how it works. What you need to do is, so the substantive motion is that which Councillor Flower has posed. If you wish to make an amendment, then we can take the representation for the amendment, vote on that. If it fails, then we result to that. So do you wish?
Chairman.
Sorry.
Point of order, Chairman. Councillor Flower doesn't have a second of this proposal as it stands. Andy Skeets was offering to second it with a minor change, and he asked if Councillor Flower was happy to accept that as part of this original motion.
Right. Let's just wait a moment. We've had a proposal, hasn't been seconded. Is there another proposal coming forward that also needs a seconder to amend the
I'm happy to. I'm happy to second.
The proposal is on the table, Chairman. I'm quite content to accept the seconder with that condition, additional condition around the permitted development rights. Doesn't stop anybody doing it, just gives the council the opportunity to have a say whether any changes to that development beyond for it to be approved this morning.
You need to know the wording.
Yeah, we need to know the precise wording of the condition that you're offering. Could you read out what you're proposing?
Okay, all I added was the removal of permitted development rights above ground or floor level.
Of ground floor or ground or floor?
Ground floor level.
Okay, so that's a proposal, or that you're seconding on that basis.
Yes.
Councillor Flowers, are you happy to accept that?
I just check, is that for extensions or for any PV rights of the ground floor? Because, for instance, if somebody wanted to, well, I was going to say add an air conditioning unit or something. That might not be better. I'm trying to think of an example.
Would solar panels be caught in this as well?
Just extensions of ground level or just any development?
Councillor Flowers, as a proposer.
I think we're in danger of creating a long debate on this. I think the key bit that I'm picking up from Councillor Skeets, it's building related changes, not ancillary items such as what was mentioned. And I heard the officer say earlier on that the principle of putting up at the outline stage in terms of solar panels and so on has already been agreed. So we're not dealing with that this morning. That was already dealt with an outline. So I'm content with that. So I think I believe that's what Councillor Skeets was saying. It's the physical change to the building, not fixed get added on like solar panels or heat pumps or whatever that might be. I wouldn't want to include that.
All right, agreed. Thank you both. In that case, before we move to the vote, I'll just ask if anyone else wants to make a contribution to the debate. Any other proposals for amendments? I'll take that as a no. So we'll move to the vote. We have a proposal that's been seconded to accept the officer's recommendation with this additional condition. It's just been read out. Can we just read the text of what we're going to be voting on very clearly, please?
That would say, notwithstanding the provisions of the Town and Country Planning General Committee Development England Order 2015 as amended or any subsequent being thereof, there shall be no extensions of the dwellings above ground floor level.
Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favour? That looks to be unanimous. Unanimous, I think. Therefore, the application P
Is approved.
P Res 2024-01209 is granted. Thank you. Due to the technology, there might be a short gap before moving on to the next presentation whilst case officers call up their presentations and move seats. Bear with us whilst that goes on. Thank you. We're ready? We're ready. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is agenda item 7, which is an application, a full application 2024/00495, 1 Cherry Tree Close, St Leonard's and St Ives, BS 24 2QN. And this is a proposal to alterations to existing dwellings including removal of swimming pool, demolition of garage, the erection of one new dwelling. So if we can move on to the report.
Good morning, members. My name is Ellie Lee. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm Ellie Lee. I'm the case officer for this application. The application site of this application is in the urban area of St Leonard and St Ives. And One Cherry Tree Close, the application site, is located in a predominantly residential area, which is to the north of the A31 Ringwood Road. Cherry Tree Close, as you can see, branches off to the north of Opus Drive. The application site is subject to objections from St Leonard and St Ives Parish Council and 8 others. Objections are set out on pages 36 to 38 of your agenda, and these include impact on neighbouring amenity and biodiversity. But the principal concern here is the impact on the character of the area. The proposal is for a background plot. And on this slide, you can see that 2 background plots have already been granted in Cherry Tree Close, one of which is 10A Cherry Tree Close, to the rear of number 10, while the unit at the rear of 11 to its south is yet to be constructed. Additionally, there are other background plots in the area identified by the arrows on the slide. These include a cluster of sites to the immediate south and the southwest of the application site, and some others branching off at Cedar Avenue. These examples represent an evolution of the character of the area, achieving a more efficient use of land whilst maintaining an attractive townscape. So the site as existing is spacious and currently hosts one L-shaped dwelling house with a rear enclosed swimming pool. In the site, there is an abundance of hedging and vegetation to the boundaries, particularly within the rear garden. So it is proposed to remove the swimming pool that's attached to the existing house and one of the 2 attached garages. These areas to be demolished are shown faintly dotted on the plan here. To the rear of the site is a new single-storey dwelling, along with a single-storey attached garage to its front. The existing summer house is proposed to be retained, but the existing shed to the north, roughly where my mouse is, and an existing tree are to be removed. So this slide shows the existing floor plan. The new dwelling on the left-hand side here will have 3 bedrooms, and on the right-hand side is the existing dwelling, which is a 4-bedroom house. And the changes, as I've mentioned, are the removal of the integral attached garage. So this is the existing house, and it highlights the main changes. And then this slide shows the proposed elevations for the new dwelling in colour, the existing house in black and white. The new dwelling is of modest proportion and is set back within the site, as you can see on the south elevation. For the side elevation, south and north. So this slide shows some site photographs. Photos 1 to 4 here are the front elevation, and they show where the new access will be created down the side of the property. Photos 5 and 6 are the front boundary. Photos 7 and 8 show the neighbouring property at 2 Cherry Tree Close. Right. photo 9 is looking north from outside of 1A Cherry Tree Close. So, subject to the retention of boundary hedges as proposed, the new development will have minimal visual impact within the streetscape. This is a slide showing photographs within the rear garden of the property as existing. You can see there's an abundance of hedges and vegetation. Concerns have been raised for the application that hedging could be lost during development. But since the hedging provides habitat for birds and contributes to the character of the area, it's proposed that a condition be applied for any approval to secure replacement planting if in the event that damage occurs. There's more photographs. These are intended to provide members with more understanding of the context of the site. Dwellings in Cherry Tree Close are detached and single story in form. The size of the generous rear gardens does not significantly contribute to the street scene, although the trees to the north of Cherry Tree Close form an attractive backdrop as seen in photographs 23 and 24 on the bottom of your screen. The following slides show existing backland development in the vicinity. 10A, which I mentioned before, was granted planning permission in 2013. As set out in my report at paragraph 15.5, an appeal for a similar development at the rear of number 9 Cherry Tree Close was refused on the basis that it would harm the character of the area and the immunity of the parent property. But in this case, officers consider the character of the area within which the proposal before you is to be considered has since evolved.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Just stop talking, please.
Yeah, her health's very bad and she needs this. Please. I thought you were referring to this machine, are you?
No, I was talking
Oh, I
about
thought you were
your,
referring to the machine.
I was talking.
So in 2013, backland development was judged to be acceptable to the rear of number 18, which is now 18A Oaks Drive. Subsequently, in 2019, approval was granted for backland development to the rear of number 10 and 12, now 10A and 10B Oaks Drive. Then 14A and 16A Oaks Drive were granted an appeal in 2021. And the inspector concluded that subject to conditions, that development, in particular its access, would not have an unacceptably harmful effect on the character and appearance of the area. For the same site, the inspector judged that there would be no conflict with local policy HE2 or with policies in section 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework, and also noted that that development would make an efficient use of land whilst maintaining the area's character. To the east of the application site, over in Cedar Avenue, there are further backland plots. 7A here was granted that appeal in 2008. And here are some photographs to give an indication of its views in the street. So 13A, also in Cedar Avenue, was granted permission in 2015, and again, it can only be glimpsed down the access track. The examples that I have shown in this presentation demonstrate that backland development, although with an increase in density, can be achieved without demonstrable harm to the character of the area. Officers consider that the proposed development accords with local policies KS2 and LN1, and it would increase the density of development without harming the character of the area. So moving on to amenity. Objections received for this application raise concerns over impact on neighbouring amenity, which includes disturbance from the new access, overlooking and privacy. The separation distances between the new dwelling and neighbouring properties is shown on this slide. These distances are considered to be acceptable in this urban area. In the officer report, it is noted that the new dwelling has a gross internal area of 82 metres squared, but this is a typo, and the gross internal floor area of the new dwelling is actually 86 metres squared, which therefore meets the minimum requirements of the National Space Standards for a single-storey, three-bedroom house for 5 people. The existing house, once the proposed changes are made, would result in a 4-bedroom house with a gross internal area of 222 metres squared, although I note that the submitted floor plans state that the existing house internal area is 185. But both of these figures would meet the minimum national space standard for dwelling. So these changes are considered to provide an acceptable level of amenity space for both the new dwelling and the existing dwelling once the land is severed. Conditions are recommended for details of finished floor levels to be submitted, a construction management condition, a boundary hedge replacement condition, and a hard landscaping condition. Subject to these conditions, it is judged that no significant harm to neighbouring amenity will occur or to future occupiers. So in terms of highway safety and parking, the scheme is considered acceptable by officers subject to a condition requiring that the turning and parking is constructed as per the submitted drawing. On this slide, the parking spaces are numbered, with 1 and 2 serving the existing dwelling at 1 Cherry Tree Place, and 3, 4 and 5 serving the new dwelling, including one of which is officers therefore consider that there is sufficient on-block parking, and the highways officer noted that the scheme does not present material harm to the transport network or to highway safety. So concerns have also been raised in relation to increased flood risk. The strategic flood risk assessment does not identify surface water risk near the site, but the potential for high groundwater levels has necessitated the submission of a flood risk assessment, and a surface water drainage scheme also supports the proposal. Wessex Water have also confirmed that they would accept an attenuated surface water discharge rate of 2 litres per second. The submitted scheme is therefore considered by officers as being acceptable in terms of flood risk, subject to a surface water condition. So, in terms of biodiversity, the application is considered acceptable, subject to a biodiversity enhancement condition, which requires the biodiversity plan, which was approved and certified by the Council's Natural Environment Team, for this biodiversity plan to be implemented. The plan includes a bat box, 2 bird boxes, 2 bee bricks, a new fruit tree, and hedgehog-friendly fencing. In terms of the site is located within 5 kilometres of Dorset, protected Dorset heathlands, and the Council's appropriate assessment has concluded that there will not be any adverse effects on the integrity of designated site, and that this can be effectively mitigated. Natural England concur with the Council's appropriate assessment, and that mitigation contributions are to be secured via the Community Infrastructure Levy, also known as BIL. In summary, it is considered that the application is acceptable. in terms of these matters. So this slide summarises the officer assessment against the relevant matters and policies mentioned on the previous slide. In the absence of a 5-year housing land supply for the East Dorset area, there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. So in this case, the proposal will make a modest contribution of 1 additional dwelling. No significant adverse impact that would be no significant adverse impacts that would demonstrably outweigh the benefit have been identified when the application is assessed against policies in the National Planning Policy Framework and the East Dorset Local Plan. It is recommended that the application is granted permission with these conditions as set out on pages 49 to 51 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one public speaker registered on this application, who's from the Parish Town Council, Councillor John Parker. If you could take your seat and press the button on the right, which will turn your light on and you speak into the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes from when you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members. My name is John Parker. I'm a parish council on St Leonard's St Ives Parish Council. I'm making representation in relation to this application today. As you'll see, the parish council objects to this application, considers it to be a contrived plot resulting in overdevelopment of such a small area of land. Whilst the applicant argues that the proposed building will take no more space than the current due to the existence of a large indoor pool building, this proposal creates a completely separate property, thus increasing the number of people occupying the plot, together with an associated increase in the number of vehicles. Draw your attention to the Christchurch and East Dorset core strategy, which I understand has not been fully replaced by the Dorset plan as yet, which states that an aim is to preserve the character of rural areas such as St Leonard's and St Ives, and to make sure the density of housing is not compromised or increased. This application does not preserve the character of the area. In fact, it is fundamentally changing the character detrimentally by increasing the density of housing to an unacceptable level in our view. Also quote from the previous East Dorset local plan: while housing development on windfall sites within the built-up areas will continue, the low density and special quality of much of the existing housing areas will also require special protection and will limit the scope for new development. We at Parish Council consider this a breach of the planning framework, and more specifically policies HE2 and HE3 regarding the bulk, scale and mass of the proposed property. Parking is considered inadequate for the property. There's no space for visitor parking, which will result in visitor vehicles parking on the road, which is narrow. We don't believe it's sufficient for the applicant to point to other back garden developments that have been approved. Each case must be dealt with on its own merits. And there's been reference to an application in 2016 to build a property in the back garden of number 9 Cherry Close, which was refused by EDDC and again refused appeal. The inspector acknowledged that other developments had taken place, but concluded that the back garden of number 9 was smaller than these, and consequently, the spacious character of the area could not be preserved should the development go ahead. We believe the same conditions attached to this proposal. The inspector concluded the proposal at number 9 ran contrary to policy HE2 that requires development to be compatible with its surroundings and with saved LP policy HODV2 of the local plan. And finally, we are concerned about groundwater and surface water flooding. Whilst the risk assessments all appear to be acceptable, we know practical experience, particularly Oaks Drive. Okay.
If she has any comments. thoughts on the representation we just heard?
We just heard mentioned their concern about density, which officers understand, and is all about an assessment of whether we consider that this additional dwelling will not enhance the character of the area. Just to clarify that St Leonard's and St Ives is classified by policy KS2 of the local plan as a suburban centre where some new residential development will be allowed. But as was said, each application needs to be considered on its merits and whether it's acceptable in its context. The planning context has changed since the 2016 refusal of the appeal, or dismissal of the appeal rather following the refusal. We are now in a scenario where we only have 3.9 years house and land supply for the East Dorset area. So if members were minded to refuse, you would need to be able to demonstrate or clarify what is the demonstrable and significant harm that would outweigh the benefit of the additional dwelling to the council health. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to members of the committee. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Izzard.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that on highways and parking, it says 15.24. I've got the wrong one there. It's actually about the fire rescue people saying that the access into the back garden of the property at the moment is too narrow, and I don't know why that's needed, but anyway, it's there somewhere. It says that proposed access to the fire brigade, that fact does not comply with the approved document B1 and section B5 access to the fire brigade. And then it says there's an alternative means of complying with these building regulations. Could you clarify what that means, please? Which is a matter for the developer, it says. So that's not clear what's going to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ideally, we'd be able to get a fire engine in the back, but as you've seen, there's a lot of backline developments where that's not possible, and therefore the building regulations allow alternative means such as sprinkler systems. I'm not an expert, I'm afraid, because it is a building regulations concern, but that's my understanding that they would still have to meet the building regulations, whether or not, even if permission's granted. So the my understanding is it's.
Thank you. So if my understanding is right, there has been a suggestion of a bigger water pipe access to allow for a sprinkler system. That's not something we address in planning, but it's something that will happen through building control. So whatever applications are granted, if they can't comply with building control, it won't get built. Is that correct? Thank you.
Chair, if I may, if I can go through you, Chair, if I may, I've just drawn members' attention. If you look at informative note 4, which sets out Dorset and Bridget Fire Rescue Service recommend that the specification for that main to enable the installation of sprinkler systems. So I'm asking about, but I just draw members' attention to the informative note. It's already been added to the officer recommendation.
Yeah. Kim, are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just very conscious of having a lightning strike in my ward where 2 thatched cottages went up in about 20 minutes. And so anything like that where you cannot get the fire engine close enough, it can be devastating. So I'm just conscious of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Izzard. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, Councillor Morgan, representing Wimborne Minster ward. I was just interested in the fact that due to climate change, when we get rain, which is due this afternoon. But I see here that the parish council did raise concerns about the possibility of flooding, and I see that there was concern from the officers, and they've imposed this condition about having a pumping system. Is that correct? Yeah. So do we feel, and also that the natural flow isn't towards the cottage? Well, I mean, that can be tested when it rains hard. So my question is, you are going to impose this condition about having a pumping system? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep.
The conditions considered to be necessary and reasonable, and to make the development acceptable in respect of them.
We shall see. Thank you, Chairman.
You okay? Happy with that response?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Councillor Tony Coombs, Berwick Ward. Just picking up on the surface water flooding, I recall that over just a few years, we've had a lot of applications for this area, St Leonards and St Ives, and every time surface water flooding has been one of the issues that have come up. Properties have been granted, properties have now been built. Can I ask, do we have any evidence from others that have been constructed that it's made the surface water flooding worse? And I have another question.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
So we consulted with the council's flood risk engineer, and they have access to a database which shows them where there have been flood reports. And I believe if there had been an issue, they would have raised that as part of their concern, not something that they raised with us as being a matter of concern to them. And there is always an issue, and it probably should be said more widely, that if people experience flooding, it would be great if they could report it, so that then we are able to respond.
I'll come back with my second question. I'm happy with that response. The second one relates to condition 6, where it talks about construction Monday to Friday, 7 AM till 7 PM. Given that it's A, constricted site, and B, quite a dense residential area, can I ask, is there a management plan, and what rationale was there given for construction continuing till 7 PM?
Thank you. A response to that?
Through you, Chair. No, there's no management plan. That could be requested by condition if members considered it was necessary. The hours of operation are intended to balance the needs of the developer and getting the development completed as quickly as possible with the needs for neighbours to still have time of quiet and peace. The government has previously asked us to be generous with hours of operation in order to allow development to take place. So we're just trying to balance the two.
Thank you. And does that help?
I'll come back with my response to that when you open up the debate, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? In which case we'll open up the debate.
If I may. So I think a lot of the questions have been satisfactorily answered by other members around the table. So I'm happy to move approval for this, but I would like to add a condition for a construction management plan and to alter the hours of construction to 6 PM. I think that allows people plenty of time. It's not constricted, but it does mean that from 6 PM when you get home from work, you get to enjoy your amenity time in your own property. So I hope I have a seconder.
Seconder the proposal to grant, subject to the existing conditions, plus the new condition you just read out. Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second that with that proviso. As a parent of 2 children, 6 o'clock is far from bedtime, 7 o'clock is my time. So I would want to afford that to other people that have been working or have children.
Thank you. So we've got a proposal, we've got a seconder. Any further contributions to the debate or further proposal? Councillor Skeets.
Councillor Skeets, West Moors and Three Legged Cross. I know the area of St Leonard's quite well because I lived around that area for 20 years. Over the period of time, there's been quite a lot of infill development, which is slowly changing the character of the area. So my concerns are still, as Councillor Parker had said, about the impact there locally. So that still concerns me. I guess I've left it too late to say anything to get any response from the officers, but what concerns me is that over a period of time, the whole feel of that area is going to change if we go ahead and we allow these infill developments further to what's already been done. Is going to have a significant impact, and therefore would perhaps meet the requirements for the new planning law. Because I'm a little new, I don't really know the boundaries of that, but I'm mind to be sympathetic to what the parish council actually uses the words. The parish council objects in the strongest terms to this application, which means they are fairly serious about their objection. Perhaps somebody can help me as to what you do from there, because those things concern me.
Thank you, Councillor Skeets. We've had a proposal that's been seconded. My understanding is, and I'll take legal advice on this, my understanding is that should that proposal fall, you're then free to make another proposal, perhaps to reject or amend or whatever. I think we'll take the proposal that's on the table first. So can we take a vote on, well, first of all, can we read out exactly what the condition is that's been added? Oh, I beg your pardon.
I just wish to speak in the debate on the motion that's been put forward.
Sorry, feel free.
Okay. I entirely sympathetic towards what Councillor Skeets has said. I'm surprised, frankly, that nobody else has drawn attention to the views of the town parish council, because, as I've said many times on this committee before, it is these people who have the most intimate knowledge of the local area and concern for it. And in my view, we ought to take very seriously what a parish stroke town council has to say. And I personally feel with them that this is increasing the density of building to an unacceptable level. I think I would consider it to be overdevelopment of the site, and it certainly flies in the face of the character of the area, which is, as Councillor Skeets has said, changing, and changing not for the better. This is yet another small step on the way to the urbanisation of this part of Dorset, and I don't think it's to be welcomed. And I feel that the reasons put forward by the parish council are legitimate and should be respected. Consequently, I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Flower, Burwood. I go back to 1999 when I got onto the Dorset Planning Committee, and I heard exactly the same arguments. And I do have some sympathy with the parish council. However, given the recent appeals history of backland development in this area, I think the train left the station some long time ago when arguing the principle of a change in the character of the area. I think there are engineering solutions that can be used to mitigate against the flooding risks, and I do appreciate the concerns of the local populace on that one. But I find myself that I will support the recommendations on the table this morning. So the officers done the right approach. They've looked at it as it should be. You have to take account of the appeals history of this. I think that takes away the opportunity to be perhaps more strident around the concerns about the change of character. I think that's long since been lost.
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Does anybody else want to add to the debate? Alex Brenton.
Councillor Brent and Richard Nupton. Although there is an element of inevitability about this, rural, well, semi-rural, semi-suburban areas are becoming denser. We've got a fairly clear indication from our new government that we will have to build more houses anyway. I have some concerns about this site, mostly to do with the fact that it is a 3-bedroom house, quite constrained. The access is constrained and cars are getting wider. And for a 3-bedroom property, one has to assume these days at least 3 cars plus the visitor. So I do feel that the aspect of Cherry Tree Close will change because you'll get more on-street parking and such. But to a certain extent, I believe that's inevitable. But it does concern me that we are ignoring or accepting that we are creating harm to this area. But like Councillor Flower, I have a feeling that this is what's happening and it's going to keep happening.
Thank you, Councillor Brenton. Any more?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Andy Skeets, West Moors and the Three-Legged Cross. If I could just come back, I've empathised with what Spencer's saying about the horses bolted and the stable doors open, but at some point in time, if we don't want to be a dense population of very close-knit buildings everywhere, we have at some time to say, actually, no, now is a good time to actually draw the line in the sand, test the water against the new planning and see whether we could actually maintain the rural and openness of that area and the beauty of St Leonard's and where those properties are. Because if we don't, what's going to happen is every single back garden in that area, once this goes through, will be at risk. And I'm not prepared to support that. I would be voting against the first recommendation and the first and seconder. I don't know if it's the right time to propose. No, I won't propose anything. I'll leave it to the vote. Okay.
Thank you. As I said before, if the proposal that's on the table to grant subject to existing conditions and the extra condition recently proposed fails, then we'll be looking for another proposal to take forward one way or another. Anybody? Yeah. Could we read out the conditions, please, including the added one?
Prior to the commencement of development, construction management plan, which shall include contractors' arrangements, shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. The development shall thereafter be carried out strictly in accordance with the approved construction management plan.
Can I just clarify the detail of that, please, Chairman? Because I did ask for the hours of construction to be limited to 6 PM or 7 PM as part of that. But also picking up the comments that we had about parking and visitors having to park on the road. If it's a narrow road, then there will be an issue of constructors' vehicles parking on the road during the construction plan, and that's why I wanted the construction management plan.
So that would be part of the construction management plan for consideration.
It's just setting with more context.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if we just add to, we just say we shall include contracts and arrangements, including parking. Ellie had that and then crossed it out, sorry. And the other thing was, in terms of the hours, we've already got condition 6, which says 7 till 7 at the moment. So I anticipate that would be changed to 7 till, 7 till 7, and now it's going to be 7 till 6.
So effectively, what's been proposed is a change to condition 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further comments before we move to the vote? No. All those in favour of the proposal that's been made and seconded, please show. All those against? I make that 6-2. 72. Okay, so in that case, this proposal application is granted. Now we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is not actually number 8. It is in fact number 9, as was said at the start of the meeting, which is for the Mushroom Field, Thursbrook Road. 2024 00337. I'll take a small break. In fact, what we could do is just take a 5-minute comfort break since we've been going for. If we can come back in at 11:30, so brief from where we left off. We have an application which is
9, is it?
variation of condition. No, beg your pardon, it's not. It's Mushroomfield, Fursbrook Road, Stowborough, which is item 9 on the agenda, but we've moved it forward as I explained earlier. This is P full 2024-00337, which is an application for a new access into Mushroomfield. Are we ready for an office presentation? Good, thank you.
Members, my name is Elizabeth Adam and I'm presenting it on behalf of the Council Carry Woolwich. So the application site is located east of Fursbrook Road and that's to the north of Blue Pool, you may know it, in the Purbeck area. So the residential homes are evident opposite here. This is the proposal is for a new access to an existing agricultural field. The former Fursbrook farm building right to the south. The site lies outside of any settlement boundary, but it's within the countryside. It's within the Dorset National Landscape, which is the updated name for the AONB, and it's also within the 400-metre Heathland buffer. But that isn't particularly relevant to this application since it doesn't involve any change of use. The land is susceptible to some groundwater flood risk, you can see here in brown, and also some low-level surface water shown here in the blue. An aerial photo to show you the context. On this slide, we can see the approximate location of the access with the little white dot here, the site notice. And this is looking north from the farm, from 71 Fursbrook Road on the corner here, up towards the site. This is the approximate location of the site access. You can see there's a bit of hedging and view from the site access location back. The former application for the access was refused on the grounds that officers were not satisfied that they had determined that there was an essential need for the access, and also that it would potentially result in significant adverse visual, ecological, or traffic impact. There was a proposed loss of 6 metres of hedgerow, which wouldn't make a positive contribution to landscape character and the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Officers were also unable to determine there was no harm to the AONB at the time, National Landscape, given their lack of submitted justification, and also there was a lack of information to enable us to adequately consider that there was no risk to highway safety. So the current proposal seeks to remedy this. The new vehicular access is more modest at 4.8 metres wide, so that allows for a single braced wooden gate to be set back 10 metres into the site from the nearest part of Fursbrook Road. The radius at the site entrance of 10 metres will accommodate single unit trucks and tractors that one would associate with an agricultural use without encroaching onto the opposite side of the highway. There's an amended visibility display now, which is 2.4 metres deep by 151 metres long, which satisfies Dorset Council Highway team. And the removal of the hedgerow is now to be mitigated by the replanting along both sides of the new access. So in terms of justification, vehicles currently approaching the field need to turn off the highway down here and into this relatively narrow shared entrances that's 3 metres wide at Fursbrook Farm, which forces vehicles to swan it onto the opposite side of the carriageway to get into that access. I'm so sorry.
Excuse me.
The shared entrance offers poor visibility due to the location of the bend and the walls on either side. You'll see it in some photos in a minute. And the shared use of the track forces heavier vehicles to wait. There's also concern that livestock can't be moved onto and off the field without being walked along the carriageway. Here is the current access down here. It's between old kennels and cold stores. There's limited visibility and an old Victorian sewage system beneath the access and power lines above, so it's quite constrained. The lack of the access to the field by vehicles and machinery currently renders the field unproductive. So here's the photos of the existing entrance onto the field between the sort of former buildings and gates. This is the access that has to be the shared access of the main road. So the supporting information now confirms that the use of the access would be associated with the existing agricultural use of the land, because there were concerns raised by objectors about what this potentially could lead to, but at the moment the application is for continued agricultural use of the land. So associated traffic movements would vary from none to maybe up to 10, as would be expected for any agricultural field. And on this basis, the provision of the new access is considered to meet an essential agricultural need in the countryside. Mitigation, as I've already said, is in the form of replacement hedgerows. And because the site lies within the Dorset National Landscape, where planning authorities need to seek to further the purposes of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty, it's proposed that additional landscape screening will be secured in the form of a native hedge to shut off the existing access way of space. Provided the hedging is secured by condition, it's considered that no additional harm to the character or beauty of the countryside will arise. Neighbours have raised concern about amenity. As I've already said, there's no change of use of land, and no demonstrable harm has been identified. The amended visibility displays are now acceptable to the highway team, and the condition on the closure of the access space will also assist with that, with highway safety. In terms of flood risk, the council's flood risk engineer has advised that an application for access works with a permeable gravel finish would not raise any concerns in terms of runoff. Other concerns raised are about the site being within 400 metres of Heatham, but again, as I said, that's not relevant. And also that the potentially the access would be over an existing culvert. The council doesn't have any record of a culvert, but if that was the case, then this would be covered by other legislation. Because in order to form the vehicular access onto the adjacent highway, they will need to apply for Section 184 licence from the council's highways team, and that will encompass all the works to facilitate the access, including construction over watercourse. If there was an issue, then the flood risk team would offer advice, and they have the legislative power for the surface water management. So in summary, this proposal is now considered to be justified and acceptable within its within the national landscape. The officer recommendation is one of approval, and the conditions that would make the development acceptable are set out at page 95 of your committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have one public speaker on this, who is the agent, Matthew Elliott Jones. If you come to the desk, you can use the microphone. It's the right-hand button. You'll have 3 minutes from when you start speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, much of what I have to say, thankfully, has been covered by Liz Adams, so my apologies for any repetition. Mushroom Field sits within Fursbrook Estate, 3 miles from Wareham. In 2019, portions of the Fursbrook Estate were given away by the previous owner, the late Jennifer Barnard, who sought to give some of the land to relatives during her lifetime. A lady of 91 years of age and experiencing failing health, Miss Barnard inadvertently allowed rights of way and access roads across the estate to be compromised. As a result, Mushroom Field became landlocked, abandoned and unproductive. Sadly, Jennifer Barnard passed away in 2020, and this 5-acre field remains abandoned to this day. Since 2021, access has been forced under emergency legislation by SSE in order to
repair power lines. Tracked vehicles were forced to bulldoze their way over boundaries and through undergrowth, damaging an old Victorian sewage system which currently runs across the field, a system which requires constant ongoing maintenance. In 2023, as the new owner of the estate, I have sought to bring Mushroomfield back into productivity. In order to do so, I've applied for a gateway from Fursbrook Road for a tractor and a trailer necessary for working the land. Vehicle access is essential. This simple request formed the basis of my first application. The new gate would provide good and safe access onto the field. Church Knoll Parish Council approved the application and offered no objections. Unfortunately, Dorset Council refused my first application, recommending I give further consideration to visual displays and that I reduce the size of the accessway. Happy to oblige, I did so. I provided more information and reduced the gate size. Having addressed Dorset Council's recommendations, I submitted a new planning application, which is now before you. The case officer has recommended the planning application for approval, stating that the applicant has tried hard to address concerns. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Church Knoll Parish Council have objected to this new planning application because Dorset Council objected to the last one. Church Knoll Parish Council had no objection to my planning application when the application was bigger and had a greater impact. Respectfully, they have failed to consider all the hard work and mitigations submitted in this new planning application. Bizarrely, now that the planning application before you has been amended and the council's concerns addressed, the parish council have objected because Dorset Council did so last time. I would urge committee members to please approve the planning application and grant me access to my field, a field which will otherwise remain abandoned and unproductive.
Thank you. Do officers wish to make any comments or? Nope. In which case, any questions from councillors? Yeah, you take a seat. Councillor Azard.
Yeah, Councillor Azard, Wareham Ward. I know this area very well. It borders on to my ward, and the road is very narrow. And I want to ask the access that you show there. You show other properties that were immediately opposite the other side of the road, but you don't show access into those properties. So what sort of arrangement is there? Because it looks like that would be making almost a crossroads with having an opening there. And be aware that road is a C or D road without any markings whatsoever, only perhaps down the middle of the road as you see. So it's quite hedgerows each side. So it's quite difficult to see in or out of properties. So could you really clarify how or what arrangements there are for properties opposite for their access into their properties? Thank you.
Hopefully this, I don't know whether it's clear on, hopefully it's clearer on your laptop than it is on the screen. You can see here the access of the property opposite is to the north, and then further property access is up here to the north. So the benefit of this application compared to the previous one that was refused is that we now have a really decent visibility display and the turning ability for vehicles to enter into the access without going across. I appreciate it's narrow, so there's not really a middle line, but without needing to go onto the other side of the road to do so.
Can I ask another one? Yes, I mean, in or out, it's the visibility coming back onto the road that's difficult. Going into the property. We all know that if we live, I used to live on a 60-mile-an-hour road, and if I didn't actually clear my roads, it was very difficult for me to pull out onto a 60-mile-an-hour road. This is a 60-mile-an-hour road, and any new vehicular access on it is going to be a bit more, difficult for people to actually negotiate. Not just going in or out the field, which has been disused, and I haven't well, it doesn't say anywhere in the document or the report of what this field is proposed to be used for. And being that I know that the owner also owns the Blue Pool, that maybe it's going to be used in future for not just an agricultural field, but for some tourist camping. But I know that's subject to other planning, sort of applications. But I do think that we could have had a bit more explanation about what this field was going to be used for. It's a 5-acre field. That's quite considerable. And if we're going to actually allow vehicular access, as I in the past has tried to get vehicular accesses for various other roads, on bigger roads, that have been turned down because of actual saying, we don't know what the use is going to be of that road, or, it's left up in the air. So I would like a little bit more explanation about what this field is going to be. It sounds like it's going to be used for agricultural purposes, but I think we need to pin that down a bit. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that, Liz?
Absolutely, Chair. We wouldn't want to put any limitation on an agricultural field that would be reasonable. It is for any agriculture that the owner wishes to undertake. The intention in terms of this application with a decent access that is not going to cause highway danger.
Thank you. It's my understanding that we don't know what future uses of land will be, and we are considering the application as it is before us, and we can't actually take into account the fact that they may at a later date put an application for a 30-metre story block of flats or a car park or whatever. I don't think the form is likely, but as I understand it, we need to take the application as it is rather than speculate about what might be. Yeah.
Can I come back on the fact that the narrowness of the road and the having another vehicular access there, however wide the mouth might be, it's on a narrow road and it's actually already got access onto that field. And I know that other neighbours have actually said that there is access onto the field from other places. So it sounds very odd that you're going to have another access on that 60-mile-an-hour road. And what are the highways? Did the highways comment on this at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Chair. The highway comments are in your agenda at page 83. So originally they wanted additional information, and subsequent to receipt of amended plans, they were satisfied that there was no objection, subject to conditions and informative notes. They said that the swept path drawing was acceptable, with capacity on the site for turning in a forward gear. Thank you.
Are you happy with that, or at least content with the answer?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Coombs.
Councillor Coombs, Verwood Ward. I'm struggling to understand the rationale for bringing this to committee. Can someone explain to me why I think it's a waste of our time, should be delegated?
I think it's under the scheme of delegation. If there are objections from parish councils, then it can come to committee. In this case, the senior officer determined that it should come. By the way, we're aware of what happened on whenever it was Thursday last week, was it the 17th, 18th? Where the scheme of delegation is going to be changed from the 25th, like next year.
Very full agendas at committee, Chairman.
Point taken, noted. Thank you. Councillor Brenton.
Councillor Brenton, the Chippenham Upton ward. I know this area well. I was down there on Sunday with grandchildren driving past. I sympathise with Councillor Coombs' point. This seems a very minor application. Lots of gateways into fields on narrow lanes. That sort of tends to be where fields are, on narrow lanes. They tend not to be on a bypass. So I would like to actually just move this forward and move to the vote. Propose as officer says.
So your proposal is
to
accept the recommendation as printed in the agenda. Yeah, okay. We'll leave that proposal there. I'll wait for a second. Then Councillor Morgan wishes to speak. He might be a seconder. Are you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wish to say anything?
No.
Excellent. Do we have any further questions or comments on the floor? No. In that case, we'll move to a vote, and the vote is to grant as per the recommendation with the 9 conditions that are in your agenda. So all those in favour? And all those against? I'll make that 8-1. So 8-1, that is the application is granted. I was looking at the 2024-00337 is granted. It's coming up to 12 o'clock. We're going to try and take lunch at about 1 because we'll doubtedly go on into the afternoon. At 1 o'clock, Councillor Skeets, I believe, needs to leave. He has prior commitments that can't be put out of. So I would ask for the next application on our list, which in this case is going to be number 10, which is 33 Corfview Road, Corfmullen, which is a variation of condition, something that is already approved. And it's 2024-00411 33 Corfview Road, Corfmullen. And I also understand that we have at least 2 councillors who are compromised on this issue, having made representations previously. So what we will do is we will listen to the presentation, we will listen to the public speaker, and then I believe Councillor Scott Florek is down as a speaker.
No.
It's Duncan, is it? Duncan. So Duncan, Councillor Sari House is down as a speaker, so he'll be one of the speakers from judge, after which he will then leave the room. Okay. But first of all, we'll have the presentation and the details. Thank you. We're ready.
Okay, I'm Claire Hicks, the planning officer for this application. This is a variation of conditions application at 33 Corfview Road, starting at page 101 on the agenda. Corfmullen Town Council and Corfmullen ward members objected to the proposed development, and 2 neighbour objections were received. The site is located in Corfmullen. Number 33 is one of 5 dwellings south of Corfview Road, served by a private access drive. The dwelling sits behind the main street frontage and is positioned on a hillside. Corfview Road is a residential street of mixed character. Detached single-storey and chalet dwellings predominate, with some 2-storey properties. Property designs are varied with apex or hipped roofs and a variety of materials.
Number 31A, to the northwest of the application site, utilises the site's topography to achieve 2.5 stories. Numbers 31 and 29, Portview Road, to the north and northeast of Bunglays. To the east, number 25, Portview Road, is a 2-story house on a backland plot. Number 35, to the south of the site, is a 1.5-story dwelling, while properties to the west, numbers 94, 92 and 90 Hillside Road, are dwellings built lower down into the slope of the hill. Planning permission was granted for extensions to the bungalow and number 33 Portview Road to form a 2-story flat roof dwelling in April last year. The extensions are under construction. As permission for the extensions has already been granted, the material considerations for this application are limited to the acceptability of the variations proposed. This slide shows the changes now proposed compared to the ex-ante permission with the red clouds around them. The proposed changes simplify the illustrations, including reducing the size of the windows at first floor. Main changes are on the rear and eastern elevations, but full height windows have been reduced in height. These are the accompanying floor plans. The baffles are to remain on the rear-facing bedroom windows. These photos show the partially completed extensions to the dwelling in their context. As is evidenced from the photos, the fenestration has been completed in accordance with the proposed plans. The application is retrospective in this respect. The main change in appearance from the ex-ante view will be the grey cladding proposed for the upper floor. Here are some additional views of the property from different angles. So here, this side shows the distances from the neighbours to the dwelling. As set out on page 109 of the agenda, officers consider that the use of grey cladding will appear more recessive than the approved white render and can be accommodated on its site, which does not have a significant presence in the street scene, as it is set back behind numbers 29, 31 and 31A Portview Road. Also, 31A has dark coloured cladding. That will hear the dormers here in the other. There are no changes to the approved scale and bulk of the extended dwelling. The impact of neighbouring amenity will be improved by the reduction in the size of the first floor rear elevation windows. Concerns have been raised that the grey cladding will be oppressive, but officers consider that the darker colour cladding would be visually recessive and will not materially affect the impact on neighbouring amenity. In conclusion, when compared to the ex-ante planning permission, the proposed alterations are considered to be acceptable in accordance with the HU2 design and development of the local plan. The proposed conditions update those from the ex-ante planning consent and on pages 111 and 112. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to public speakers. I have a number of public speakers on this. The first one is Terry Selby.
Right, good morning or nearly afternoon to you all. Nice to see the Dorset Planning Committee in person for a change. And first to inform you that all documentations, photographic evidence, correspondence, etc. over the last 2 years relating to this bill should I hope be on your files. And I'd like to say that I'm also representing 7 neighbours who are very concerned about this construction. Why are the amendments being discussed when an investigation to the plans and the filling out of the questionnaire submitted to the planning committee proved now to be false? This is what should be discussed. The non-material amendment questions for the original planning permission answered by either the design board or the developer, I don't know which, clearly states there would be no overlooking, no creating of an overbearing structure, no increase in size of structure, would have no adverse effect on neighbouring properties and would blend in with existing properties. None of this is proved to be achieved and questions the construction's legality. When I brought to the attention of the then planning officials, he didn't want to know. It also shows a lack of planning council's serious study of this build, and had they done so and viewed the timber section being constructed, it would have been there for all to see that this was going to be a monstrosity. Not just my opinion, but the general public who have all asked, how did that get through planning? I would now like you to tell me who is responsible for the damage that was done to the curbs and road caused by the heavy cranes, construction lorries delivering building materials. To gain access to the site, they have disabled or rather destabilised the little service road, causing dust, dirt, sand is now covering the road area and now finding its way into neighbouring properties. Nothing's been done to rectify this. Myself and my neighbour have had to pay a cost of over £1,700 for the supply and planting of trees to try and screen out this ugly eyesore. We feel that as then the Dorset Planning Committee saw fit to allow this abomination to be built, the least they could do now is to grant us compensation for our costs or do what they should have done in the first place, admit their error and stop the build. And if you are in any doubt, please come and see for yourself. As we're all asking in honesty, if our representative councillors at that time had turned up at the meeting and done their job, we wouldn't be in this position now. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to offer a reminder that what we're looking for is a variation of conditions. So the original application was granted. There were conditions attached to it. We're looking to vary one of those conditions. So that's what we're focusing on, not the original application and nothing to do with.
It's up to you. It's a big question as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's up to the law. Thank you. Do the applicants have any response? We're going to, we have a speaker in support, is Anup Shenoy.
Hello, thanks for hearing me.
3 minutes starting whenever you start speaking.
Is that good for the microphone? Yeah, okay. Hello, thank you for hearing me. I'm here to express support for the design. I think, modernizing designs is a good thing for general area because most of the buildings now are slightly older and we need to get on and move designs to modern. There's a few criticisms I understand, but it's time to move on. New materials all the time, new innovations. So I think we need to rethink our strategies. There's a few contemporary flat roof homes now in the area, and I think they're all enhancing the value of the places. Building is always going to be dusty, dirty work. It's going to cause wear and tear, roads, etc. But again, there is a maintenance budget, I think, in the council for that, and they will probably use that for that. I mean, Kaufmallen attracts a lot of young people. Schools are good. They move in there for their children to go to good schools. And again, this only enhances the value for young people that there are modern designs who are looking for newer, innovative designs. So this is in support of the design. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well in time. We also have a public speaker, is the applicant or agent, Mark Mills. Oh, I beg your pardon, we've had an email this morning. Melissa McCall is going to read out a statement on behalf. Thank you.
So this is on behalf of Mr. Mills. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here this afternoon because his son has unexpectedly had to be admitted to hospital. So I'm here to read the statement for him. So, dear members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak regarding my application for the variation of condition to the original approved planning application of 33 Corfu Road. While everyone is entitled to their opinion on any planning application, I believe the minimal representations to this application largely relate to the original approved application rather than this specific variation of condition. To touch on the original planning application, upon returning to the area, we were captivated by this location and saw that the original bungalow had fallen into disrepair and been vacant for quite some time. Collaborating with our architectural practice, we developed a design to modernise the property and take advantage of the stunning valley views. Although we could have raised the building by one complete storey through permitted development, we opted for a thorough planning application process, maintaining an open dialogue with the planning department to achieve approval. Contrary to popular belief, we are not developers. We are creating a family home that will serve as a sanctuary for us and potentially provide a respite for families associated with a charity close to our hearts. The backlash from the minority regarding this project has been astonishing, including being reported by the national press as direct threats, such as being told to burn the house down, and this is entirely unacceptable. This particular application is for the variation of a condition of the original approved design to reduce window sizes and change the first floor material, and these changes are intended to soften the building's appearance and better integrate it with neighbouring property at 31 Corfu Road, which has similar cladding. Addressing some relevant concerns, the proposed cladding will not darken the skyline for any neighbours. With number 31A already using similar cladding, this demonstrates a good use of materials. The baffles have not been fitted yet as we await confirmation of this application, but will be erected promptly upon approval. Finally, in response to the Town Council's comments, Corfu Road features a variety of external materials on existing and new properties. The application site is tucked away from view, and these materials will rarely be seen unless one is on the private shared driveway. The approved application aligns with the NPPF paragraph 127, maintaining the character of the area, and these changes within the variation of condition application will continue to maintain the character of the area. The development meets HE2 of the adopted local plan and guidance in the National Design Guide. The property has a modern look, which should continue the trend already readily seen within Corfmullen of modern designs homes. However, it blends well with its surroundings and has been complemented on by some of the neighbours who understand that will aid in the uplifting the house prices in the location. The application for you today is for the variation of condition from the approved application, and therefore the decision should only be on this matter.
And we also have Councillor Duncan Sowry House as a local ward member who's registered to speak. Duncan, if you take your seat. You have 3 minutes from when you start.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't think I'm on. There you go. Hi, thank you very much. This has been something that I've been very familiar with this site for a long time. I understand we're here to talk about the material considerations of today. I'm glad that Mr. Selby has been able to express the views of residents. I'm very frustrated by some of the representations this morning. I can assure you Corfmullen does not need an uplift in the value of properties. We have the highest demographic of young people in the Dorset Council area, and actually affordability is what they need, not an uplift. I do not agree with the officer's determination that the grey cladding will be visually recessive. It's not that visible, the development from the Corfu Road. However, it is extremely visible from the properties that are on that road and looking onto it. The objections to the original already determined application was that largely it's bulk and size, and actually this grey cladding does actually contribute to a feeling of enclosure. And I think that I would ask that this place considers today to pause this now, because it has been in almost every national newspaper. We pause it. This has never been about windows. The residents have no issue with the size of the windows or the fact there are windows there. At this stage, it does come down to the aesthetic. The resident, it's immaterial to them. They're looking out from it. Officers who deem it to be visually recessive won't have to look at it. But residents will be left with this, and they do have to look at it. I leave that with you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, officers, do you wish to respond to any of the comments that we've just heard? Okay, we can open this for questions from, and thank you for Duncan and Scott. The room. Just as a by the way for any members of the public, whilst they're out of the room, you can't approach them and talk to them about any other applications. Questions from councillors? Anyone? Councillor Brent.
Alex, Councillor Brent and the Chinapton, which is not that far away from Porthmullen. And I do go to Porthmullen fairly often. My concern is actually, as has been mentioned by councillors previous councillors, sorry, is the bulk look of this building. And I accept that the planning application has gone through, but at the same time, it does look like an Amazon warehouse stuck in a field. It's stuck in a road of traditional bungalows. I would say it is out of keeping with the character. Now, we can't change the shape of the building particularly, but I did wonder, this dark grey cladding, to call it grey, is it's sort of charcoal, and it would be very dark, and it might be appropriate in some sort of coastal situations, but it does seem rather industrial for here. So is it possible to separate the two? The windows I have no issue with. It's basically just the dark exterior materials. To cover that, was there on the original application any indication of vegetation? Because I can imagine that for many people, the first thing they do is grow a few vines up it to break up the dark grey. Now, obviously, that can't really be conditioned, but it seems rather unsympathetic to the area, because although the road itself might be suburban and, well, edge of suburbia, it looks down across the valley, which is very green and often used by walkers, horse riders, cyclists, and the rest. And then looking up to see this industrial-looking building on the skyline seems a little more than slightly out of character. So I would query whether it's possible to separate the two parts of the application.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair?
Through me, please. Yes.
The proposal is to amend the plans, the approved plans, and the proposed plans show the cladding. So if a condition was imposed, it would clash with the permitted plans in terms of the materials. So the answer, I think, is do not.
Just got a moment of legal's time, but my understanding is that what you can't do is propose an amendment or a change negate the original proposal. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So I don't think we could do it that way. Any further questions from the floor? Councillor Hazard and then Councillor Skeets.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hazard from Wareham Ward. I'm a bit mystified. The variation shows smaller windows, you know, just various. So was the cladding actually then permitted at the last planning application in that colour? Because I thought in this planning application that the colour was something that they were changing. And they were saying underneath the balcony they were going to put in oak cladding, was it? Which is quite acceptable. But with the black, as I can count, it was black, and I think it was mentioned it was black on the thing, although it might be charcoal. It's very, you know, omnipresent, I would say. It was very, very clear that from the neighbour's point of view, it's going to actually dominate, you know, the whole area. And it would be rather sad because I think the one, is it the picture to the right there at the top, number 12, where it says number 12, the page 12 or whatever it is that the whole bit there is going to be clad in this charcoal colour? Is that what right, or is that going to be the oak cladding? I'm not quite clear, but when I look at the page, was it 7, I see a completely different view, and I'm a bit mystified about what's what. Thank you.
I think the officers are just, perhaps we could put up this, perhaps we could, first of all, the picture showing at the top right, as I look at it, is 31A, which is not the subject property. And could you also put up the slide that shows the approved and the proposed? So, if you want to respond to Councillor Hazard, please do.
So just to clarify, hopefully you now can distinguish between the neighbouring property where Claire has shown the picture, because it's already got some dark render on it, dark cladding, and the render at the bottom, and this current proposal. So what they have extant permission to be fully white rendered, and they have suggested and come forward with this application to use the darker cladding at the first floor with the intention that it would reduce the impact.
Well, I don't think many people in this room agree with that. I mean, certainly the people that are objecting say it's hideous. So I would say I agree with them. I think it should be softened to a different colour that actually fits in more with the surrounding, because no other building in the vicinity has actually got that sort of cladding or even that sort of colour on their walls, as far as I've seen. So the colour needs softening. I mean, the bulk of the building is quite big, but to soften it would actually make it a bit more acceptable, I would think. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a response to that, or?
I was just looking to see in terms of the cladding. Yeah, so particular cladding has been proposed in charcoal colour and that is, if members were minded to grant, then a condition would be placed at number 2 to identify that that was the acceptable type of cladding. So if an alternative was to be, an alternative colour cladding was to be considered to be acceptable, then condition 2 potentially could be changed to require submission of details. I'm just thinking out the box.
I mean, I would like that to be a condition. If you know, we're thinking about granting it, we make a condition that the colour is much more softened, so that it doesn't really, you know, stand out as much as it's going to with it being charcoal. Thank you. Not quite trying to word that, somebody can help me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just have a conversation with legal and senior planning officers before I come to Councillor Skeets. If condition 2 was changed, we would need to either delegate it to senior planning officers within the council to decide on a suitable colour, or we could reject this application, refuse it, and have the applicant come back with a different colour scheme. I'm not sure which would be the one that will be the most useful to do. So if you bear with me for 2 minutes, I shall ask that question.
Thank you, Chair.
You want to clarify that?
Yeah, sorry. Just to clarify, through you, Chair, just found the plan. I was thinking it wasn't listed on the plan, but it is on the submitted plan. It shows the dark grey cladding, so there's no opportunity to change it through the condition.
So we either have the opportunity to approve as it is, or refuse it. If we refuse it, then there's nothing to stop the applicant coming back with a revised proposal that they feel may be more suitable. If we do refuse it, my understanding is that the existing approved application, which was shown on the slide earlier, would stand, and so we would revert to the currently approved plans. My other question is, which bit of this is already been done? Because there was a comment earlier, this is retrospective in part, but could we just clarify which bits are retrospective and which not?
The windows have already been installed in accordance with this proposal. So if this is refused, then the applicants have the chance to either revert to the exam permission or put in a new application, which includes those windows again.
Okay. The window sizes, as I understand it, have not been critiqued by any of the speakers. It's mainly the cladding. So they will be able to come back with a new application to retain the windows that have been installed as the retrospective bit, and then perhaps a different cladding if they so wish. Is that correct? Seeing nods. Okay, Councillor Skeets, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy Skeets, West Moors and Three Legged Cross. This is quite a difficult one after the event of the planning actually being missed. It's got planning permission for the size, the bulk, the way it stands within its ground and against other properties around it. We can't change that. The applicant, to his credit, has gone ahead and reduced the windows and ingressed the windows so that they take less impact, I guess, around the scene. But you're left with the feeling that the people that are looking at this stark building are left with a feeling that it does look like an industrial building if you don't like modern architecture. Some modern architecture liking people would say that it's fine. So it's a difficult balance from that side. But sitting in its environment where it stands with the properties around it, with this application, could we not have thought of some sort of vegetation screening so that it reduces the impact of the view of this from the neighbouring properties? I don't even know if that's really allowed, but because it's part of the visual view that these people have to put up with, then, and they've had to go to some extent to screen it themselves and screen it off, at least we can't change the planning application, but we could perhaps put something in that says more about screening. Then the applicant gets the building that he wants and gets the feel of modernistic architecture, and the local residents don't have to look at it quite so blankly. Is that possible?
Thank you, councillor Skits. If you need to confer, please do. Otherwise, if you want to respond, please do.
Sorry, just a moment. There was already a hedge along the north boundary and some vegetation and the east. The size of the plot limits opportunities for further screening that would be meaningful in terms of the first floor development. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions? Or
yeah.
Councillor Lazar, Councillor Brenton.
You do that.
Right.
How different. Councillor Brenton, Richard Lambton. So my understanding is if we refused this application, the windows that are in would stay in. We wouldn't insist on them being taken out. And the plan was for rendering, as in white, cream, something like that. It would make the long view of this building slightly seasidey. It's the sort of stuff you regularly get on the coastal fringe, but that might be more acceptable to, should we say, the local neighbours. And if that went ahead, they could come back, or the owner of the property could come back at a later stage with a different appearance as a separate application. So as far as I can see, it's a win-win. Just turn it down and let's see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor. My understanding, and again, I'll defer to legal, if we turn this down, theoretically, enforcement could insist on the windows being made as per the original. However, I suspect in the event that would be an unlikely and rather overbearing action by enforcement. We'd have to see how that planned out. But the applicant could come back with different cladding proposals. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, it would be a matter for the enforcement team to consider what's taken place and take a view on that. But yes, of course, the applicant could come back with a different application if this was refused.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments, questions, arguments in the debate? Is that are you waving at me there, David, or not? No. Councillor Coombs.
Councillor Tony Coombs, Burwood Board. I had a look back during the presentation and I think I'm right in thinking this was a delegated permission originally. Yeah. So as members, we hadn't seen it at committee. The situation we're in is where something is built which obviously has not gone down well in the community, is very prominent in the street scene. And I think the applicant with this application is trying to ameliorate the issues. It is very prominent. Now, if we turn this down, the applicant could decide, okay, I'll put the bigger windows in, I'll have it white, and I'll direct you to the what I call the Sugar Cube in Burwood, which was a subdivision plot next to a Victorian house, which is totally swamped it and is a huge white block. And it is, in my view, the wrong place, the wrong site, the wrong size, whatever. So I think the applicant here is trying to make the best of what I would consider was a poor decision originally. But if we do turn this down, I hope they go to appeal.
Thank you. So, any further contributions in debate or questions? Do we have anyone going to make a proposal of any sort?
The grant of the report, Chairman.
Any seconders? So no seconders. So
Sorry,
that,
Chairman, could Councillor Coombs repeat what she's just said?
I move grant as per the officer recommendation.
do we have a seconder? Are you seconding? Okay. So, seconded. In that case, I guess no further comments or additions to the debate. We'll move to the vote. So the proposal is to grant as per the recommendation in the agenda. All those in favour, please raise a hand. Are you, so I have a proposal and a seconder in favour. Nobody else in favour. Okay, all those against? Okay.
Abstentions.
Abstentions.
Well, there's two missing.
Abstention. In which case, 4 in favour, 2
No,
opposed.
4 against.
Sorry, 4 against, 2 in favour,
So that's
and 1 abstention. Motion falls, and this application is refused.
No. The motion's fallen. So you
Oh, the
need to
motion's,
vote again.
okay.
Vote again.
We need another proposal then. We're going to refuse it. Anyone proposing refusal? Councillor Flower.
Thank you, Chairman. I will propose refusal because whilst we are where we are in terms of its overall design, I don't think the adding of this sort of cladding, the colour of the cladding, has any merit at all, which is why I'm going to move refusal.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Reasons.
Yeah. Councillor Flower, can you give us your reasons for refusal?
As I said, we're trying to deal with what I consider to be quite an inappropriate building in this particular location. Adding cladding to this has no architectural merit at all. I think in fact it enhances that negativity that a lot of the residents see around this building as not being in character with the local surroundings. So the reason my refusal is I don't think this, in fact, if anything, it amplifies the concerns of the residents rather than softens it. If it was a different colour, if it was softened, as was mentioned earlier, I might have a different view because we've got what we've got, but what we're being offered here, I'm not bothered about the windows. There's no issues with that at all. I think the cladding that's being suggested is inappropriate in this location, which is why I'm moving refusal.
So your reason, the cladding is inappropriate in colour, in scale.
Yeah.
And doesn't meet the local character.
I've drafted something really quickly.
Yeah.
This may need refining through you, Chair. This may need refining a little. I was writing a reason as you were speaking. So officers will obviously amended and add policy HE2 within the reason, but the proposed cladding in a dark colourway will amplify the impact of the building to the detriment of visual amenity, because I don't know how prominent it is in the street scene, but I think the concern was upon third-party amenity, to the detriment of the visual amenity, contrary to provisions of policy HE2. Yes, if we construct something around that, is that satisfactory? Thank you.
So, Councillor Flower, are you content with that?
For those online, I'll say yes, I'm content with that interpretation of my reasons for refusal.
And we had a seconder for your. Are you also content?
I am also content with those reasons. It's also does not fit with the neighbourhood character. That's unacceptable.
Okay, so for those reasons, we'll go to vote for all those in favour of refusal for the reason provided. Please show your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 in favour of refusal. All those against refusal, 1, 2, and abstentions, 1. So in that case, it sounds like it's refused by 4 votes to 2. Thank you. And 1 abstention. What we will do now, I think, is we'll take our break for lunch now. What I don't want to do is needs to leave by 1 o'clock. Have to leave part way through. So break for lunch now, and if we come back at I think we have a slightly extended time. We have speakers this afternoon now expected to arrive a little later.
We should in theory be.
So who's so the next one? The next. Yeah. The next item would be.
So if we do 1, that gives half an hour as originally planned.
Yeah. So we say 1:10. We'll resume after a lunch break.
It's the important things. Put your reference number.
Good afternoon, everybody. For those who weren't present this morning, just want to repeat the public speaking protocol, which will be, there'll be a list of speakers. You must have registered to speak. If you have, then you'll have 3 minutes to speak at the appropriate time. We'll introduce you and ask you to come and take your place at the table you can see at the front there, marked public speakers. And when you want to speak, if you can press the right hand button on the microphone, it should go red and you should be able to be heard by everybody. We did change the order slightly from the printed agenda. We've now completed agenda items 6, 7, 9 and 10. Now moving on to agenda item 11, which will be followed by item 8 and 12, both of which have no public speakers registered. So if we kick off with agenda item 11, which is PHOU 2024-01422, Alexander House, 33 Stowborough Meadows, and that is an application I've lost it. Where's it gone? Yeah. That's an application to put some grey cladding above the dado line, replacement of UPVC soffits and fascias on the porch with the same cladding and new aluminium or white double glazed windows. So if we're ready to rock and roll, we'll have the officers' report first. That will be followed by public speakers. At the end of public speaking, I'll ask the officers to respond to any questions or queries that have been raised, and we'll then move into the committee stage. Once public speakers have finished, then there'll be no more public interventions or discussions allowed. Thank you all very much, and over to the officer, Emma. Thank you.
So my name is Emma MacDonald, planning officer, and this is an application for.
Chairman, I'm just to ask: should I be in the public gallery now?
Yes.
Not.
We're all going to speak on this as ward member, yeah? And then, so yes, if you take a seat there.
Oops.
And then once we move past public speaking, if you can leave the room as well, please.
Okay, so yeah, this application is for a series of alterations at number 33 Stowborough Meadows in Wareham, also known as Alexander House. The proposal is the grey cladding above the dado rail, replacement of UPVC soffits and fascias on the porch with the same cladding and new aluminium white double glazed windows. In terms of its location, the site lies within the Stowborough Meadows residential development, situated, as you can see on the location plan, south of Wareham. The application site is outlined in red within the Stowborough Meadows residential development, a development that was built between 1995 and 2000. The area comprises of a mix of residential properties and a wide range of styles and designs of property. The application site itself comprises of a good size level corner plot. The existing building is detached. It's a two-storey dwelling with a pitched roof. There is a small garden to the front surrounded by a low wall with iron fence above it and shrubs. The curved frontage runs around the western and southern boundary, increasing in height towards the rear of the dwelling. This is the photograph of the southern side elevation. As you can see, there is a picture brick chimney on that elevation. The boundary wall, as you can see, increases in height towards the rear. There are double gates that provide access to the rear garden, parking, and a detachable garage to the rear. The proposed development, as I say, there are several elements to the application planning permission. First is the grey cladding above the dado line on all elevations. Cedural cladding is proposed, and this is made of cement and tends to be good quality material, more durable than plastic or UPVC materials. It's also proposed to replace the UPVC sufficient fascias on the porch with the same cladding proposed for the elevations. And new aluminium with white double glazed windows are also proposed throughout the dwelling. These are the rear and the other side elevation drawings. Some photographs there to give you an idea of the colour of the cladding proposed. It's a light grey Marley Cedural weatherboard cladding, which is very similar in colour to the existing painted house. In terms of the key issues for this proposal, the key issue is the impact of the proposal on the character of the area. A number of concerns were raised, with concerns raised to the modifications not being in keeping with the area, impact on the street scene in the corner location, and also concerns regarding the impact of the Dorset National Landscape, or formerly A and B, which is a designation which sweeps across the estate. In terms of the area, the immediate area is characterised by a mix of residential dwellings, some semi-detached, some terraces, and detached dwellings as well. There is also a wide variety of styles of property, including brick dwellings, a render, and examples of action, including the neighbouring dwelling to the north, which was the subject of a recent fire. That photograph was taken last year prior to the fire. There are also examples of cladding elsewhere within the estate on porch gables, as you can see in the photograph below, and also elsewhere on the estate to the right of that photograph. You can just about see where my cursor is there, one element of cladding there. These photographs are taken on the approach to the dwelling when you come from Forth Road to the west. As you can see from the top photograph, the dwelling is set well within the estate, however, it is glimpsed from the road. The dwelling is also set behind a mature tree, which partially screens it, and it's also softened by vegetation within its curtilage. Officers have considered the proposed cedural cladding and consider it is a good quality material, and the restraint chosen grey colour is sympathetic to the existing colour palette for the area. In addition, the use of horizontal boarding and dual materials, so render cladding for the proposed dwelling, retains a horizontal aesthetic which is seen on other dwellings within the vicinity. The photograph there shows examples of this sort of dual use of materials. So the photograph, the left shows sort of 50-50 split of render and brick, and on the right you can see sort of third brick with render above. And there are also some other horizontal brickwork features on other dwellings. So in terms of the proposal, in terms of the soffits and fascias that are proposed for the porch, officers consider this to be an improvement to the existing core quality UPVC material. In terms of the white aluminium double glazed windows, officers don't consider that these have a detrimental impact on the street scene, and the use of white, as shown in the previous photograph, reflects most of the windows within the estate. As explained within the officer's report, we consider that in the context of the present day estate, within which a variety of materials are evident, the cladding and other alterations proposed will retain the design character of the property and continue to positively integrate with its surroundings as required by defined policy E12 of the new local plan. And the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions on page 127 of your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of public speakers on this one. I've got 3 speakers who wish to object. The first one is John Ives. If you use the right hand button on your microphone, you have 3 minutes to start once you start speaking.
I am a resident of Stover Meadow. I'm also chairman of the local residents association. I'm therefore speaking not only on behalf of myself, but a significant majority of the residents of Stover Meadow. The main aspect of this planning application to which we object is the proposal to cover the rendering all around the top half of the building with cladding. Stover Meadow lies close to a number of areas of outstanding national beauty and sites of special scientific interest, and actually lies within the boundaries surrounding one of these. To gain planning approval for its original development, the developer and his architects had to demonstrate a high level of excellence in their design. They achieved this by trying to create for the estate the atmosphere of a Purbeck village, drawing on many local design features from both Wareham and Corfe Castle. These include the use of local stone both in the walls and on the roofs of the properties, plus rendering and thatching. Careful adjustment in the use of these finishes between the properties has led to each having a unique external design, adding to this village atmosphere. Clearly, this design excellence was recognised by the planners, and approving for the building of the estate was granted. And to assure that this excellence would be maintained into perpetuity, the planners withdrew the normal development rights on all the properties. Property subject to this application number 33 is the most visually prominent building on the estate. Any changes to its external appearance therefore clearly has the potential of having a major impact on the overall design appeal of the estate. No cladding, apart from those small examples that were shown, and those were added subsequent to the original build, at least 2 of them. No cladding was used in the design that gained the original approval of the planners. Nor will you see cladding as you drive through Wareham and Corfe, the towns taken by the architects as models for the original design of this estate. We therefore feel strongly the cladding has no place to be added all around the upper floor of this prominent building.
30 seconds.
Hence our many and other residents' objections to this application. We also feel that approval of this change will set a precedent, making it more difficult to maintain the estate's design excellence. To finish, the owner of number 33 is planning the request argues for the change to cladding on the basis the original application of the rendering was poorly done, and backs up this position by pointing out the poor condition of the rendering on the neighbouring property number 31.
Thank you.
This is incorrect.
Thank you very much.
Invalid.
Thank you. My next speaker on this is Trevor Heritage.
Good afternoon, Chairman and councillors. I'm Trevor Heritage. I live on the development. In April 1998, my wife and I relocated to the Stover Meadow development. The house has been newly completed by Morris Builders to a design by Morgan Carey Architects. The development design then and since has won awards for its originality. The then planning authority, Purbeck District Council, enthusiastically supported the design, and in order to protect the aesthetics of the development, removed all permitted developments rights on the properties in order to prevent unnecessary departures from the original content, a situation that obtains today. As an example of the council's commitment to this principle, shortly after moving in, I inquired of Morris's site manager if he could arrange for our front door to be repainted from a canary yellow to a light blue. He quickly declined in a cold sweat, stating the building control officer kept a tight rein on anything that strayed from the plans. A subsequent call I made to the planning officer confirmed to me this commitment to the approved plans. It was clear to me then, and reinforced over the next 25 years, that Purbeck District Council stood by this principle. The property in question today, number 33, which incidentally has only recently been renamed Alexander House, and for 25 years was called the, thank you, the Villa. It's in a most prominent position as one enters the development of Corfe Road. The columns either side of the front entrance with the balcony above present an outstanding feature, yet naturally blend in with the premises as a whole. Furthermore, the materials used on the exterior are replicated on many other properties on the development, including my own house. I consider the planned fitting of cladding above the dado line, plus the replacement of UPV soffits and fascias on porch with the same cladding, to be an unnecessary overdevelopment, using materials not in keeping with the design of the properties in the vicinity. The architects and the council planners got it right 25 years ago. Their foresight and talent should be protected now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker I've got is Harper Cash-Rispin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I live at 9 Stowborough Meadow, and I'm here to represent a family who have lived opposite 33 Stowborough Meadow for the past 23 years. We have full view of the property from our 4 rooms at the front of the house. I'm speaking against this planning application being granted. I feel cladding is not an appropriate material to use, but would not be in keeping with the rest of the houses in the development, and the immediate area would lose its distinctive and unique characteristic. In fact, this is one of the reasons we bought our property in Stowborough Meadow and have enjoyed living here, and like other of our neighbours, we would be sad and disappointed if cladding is permitted on this house. We feel the use of cladding on this property in such a prominent central position in the development would look jarringly out of place. The other houses are of brick or painted render or both. As we know from experience, render needs repainting every 7 to 10 years. Almost all of the neighbours do this and does not prove that there is any fault in the render. Long-lasting painted coatings which are waterproof are available, such as that which was put on 14 Stowborough Meadow 20 years ago, and since then it hasn't required any further attention. The front of 33 Stowborough Meadow has a very aesthetic and pleasing facade, and this would be lost under plastic cladding. I object on the grounds of design, appearance, and the materials that is plastic cladding to be used on Stowborough Meadow, which is in a conservation area, and ask this part of the application to be rejected. I have no objection to the other elements in this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker on this is from the applicant or their agent. I've got George Robson on behalf of Andrew Robson.
So you are also quite sick of planning on this. Sorry my dad can't be here today. So he's got a work rate he's tried to get out of but couldn't. But I hope I'm an adequate replacement. So I'm his son. I also live at the property, and he's a chartered surveyor, so does structural surveys. And the main problem with the house is that the render, when it was applied, it wasn't properly applied. So I understand that other houses have had it, but this house also has direct prevailing winds. We painted the house about 5 years ago, and it should last a minimum of 10 years, the render. But it's already peeling off, and it looks a bit embarrassing, to be honest. So this prominent house, I completely agree, but paint's peeling off it, and something needs to happen. So the other solution would be to sandblast the house. The problem is that it's incredibly expensive, and also SADs can go everywhere, on the roads, go into people's houses, which it'd be horrible for everyone. Nobody wants that at all. So our plan, as you've already heard, was to emphasise there's no covenants on Stowe Meadow, as we want to put in exact same colour, so in grey, with cement board, so not plastic. We want cement board. And the first one where the prevailing winds are strongest, so the paint gets swept off. And also we're just desperate to replace leaking UPVC windows. We want to replace them with much more sustainable aluminium double glazed windows. So yeah, the main thing is we understand it's a very prominent house. We want to make it look respectable. Everything proud of it. As you walk past, you can see it there. So that's the thing. We don't want it to stick out. The cladding will be in the exact same colour, in the grey, and you've already know there's cladding in other parts of the village. And frankly, from the top of the house, if you look there, you wouldn't be able to see the different bits of cladding because it always blends into one from the road. So, and also, yeah, the cladding between 29 and 28 Stowe Meadow, and the porches of 49 and 51. So yeah, hopefully you can see we're just desperate to make this house, which is a bit embarrassing, with paint peeling off it, be the house that everyone can be proud of, and replace this tiled look and replace these leaking windows with a much sustainable alternative. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask if the officers have a response to any of the points raised?
It's not in the conservation area.
Thank you. Oh, we do. I beg your pardon. You're over the page. Where's Darryl? There.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the ward member, or the co-ward member for Wareham, which covers the Arne parish, which is Stowe Meadow Inn. I'm representing Councillor Ryan Holloway as well, and the Arne Parish Council, which objects to this planning application. And let me say, it's 51 houses on this lovely small estate. This award-winning unique estate was designed and built as a forerunner, even a pilot scheme of the Poundbury estate. And we all know that in Dorchester. So any modifications to the finish of the walls and the windows will not be in keeping with and spoil the whole street scene, as Alexander House is the focal point when entering the estate. The cladding proposed will stand out like a sore thumb. Although it might be light in colour, and so degrade the excellent overall look of the house and the street. It will also set a precedent for other houses in this picturesque hamlet to be modified. And I know that other people have said there's been some modifications and that the paint on the rendering peeled off. But I would come back and say, why weren't the builders told about this if it was peeling off within 10 years of it being built, and they came back and rectified it? I believe it was Morris Builders. So I think that actually the owners of the houses should have gone back and said, and as Harper Cash, one of the previous speakers, said, there is ways of being able to seal your render without actually sanding it and being able to apply something. In fact, I've done that to my house on my bricks, and to seal it in and then render or paint over it and be perfectly okay. Now, it is important that we take that into account. May I say, this house originally started off as off-white or cream, and the previous owner actually painted it grey without any pause or leave to do so. So where you see it looks pale grey now, that was not in the design. And actually, as you know, lots of people that were on the Purbeck District Council, there is a local planning design guide, which we should be following. And I think it was mentioned in the papers that actually any change to this estate has to be brought before the planning committee. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. We're now over 3 hours from the start of the meeting, although the meeting itself, because of the break for lunch, has lasted just about 3 hours. But we will need to take a vote to extend the meeting beyond the 3 hours. Can we just vote on that? Everyone in favour of that, or anyone opposed? No, thank you. Okay, so if the officers, do you have any further comments based on Councillor Ezard's?
Only to just say that we need to judge the proposals that we've got in front of us, which is obviously the grey cladding, the elegant window, and the replacement fascias and soffit.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the Councillor Brent?
Councillor Brenton, Litchett and Upton, but still Purbeck. I know this estate well. I have friends who've lived there. This house, as you go in, now called Alexander House, if it was 100 years old, we'd list it. I'm not sure how old you have to be before you're listed, but it is a significant property as you come in. This estate was built with good intentions, or was allowed through with very good intentions by Purbeck District Council, who had a design guide, and we now have the neighbourhood, our neighbourhood plan, which has design bits in it. As a Dorset authority, surely we should respect those original ideas. This whole estate is, it's a bit harsh to call it a work of art, but it is really quite distinct, and the neighbourhood is quite, so I feel we should respect that.
Is there a question in there, Alex? Or?
The question is, what weight do we put on Purbeck design plans now we're no longer Purbeck?
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, there's the Purbeck Local Plan Policy 12 and the Arn Neighbourhood Plan Policy 2, which I guess could be relevant if the opposite perhaps address some of those points.
Yet the supplementary documents in respect of building materials remains valid.
Okay. Do we have any further questions?
We'll just move to debate, Chairman.
We'll move to debate then.
Okay. Despite my comments on an earlier application about cladding, it's all about the appropriateness. And as far as this one goes, I find myself echoing some of the objectors. There is no issue with the fascia and the windows. However, the use of cladding, although it was being pointed out in the report for porches and small vertical infills, it's totally appropriate. But I think in this case, it's the scale. It's not just one small element, it's the whole of the top half of the building. And I've looked, while we've been talking, at both of the policies, E12 design, little a positively integrates with their surroundings. I don't think the cladding on a property of this design achieves that. I also looked at policy 2 of the Arn neighbourhood plan, and I feel that it further demonstrates how it responds to the local context and the local character of the development, given that it's such a prime position in the centre, leading into the estate. So for those reasons, Chairman, I move refusal.
Councillor Sari.
Thank you, Chairman. So I also know this site very well. In fact, I drove past it every day when it was being constructed. What's known now as Alexander House, previously the villa, as has been said before, is a significant property on the site. And it's correct to say that there's a mixed style of developments on the site as well, and I recognise that. As been already acknowledged, this was designed by award-winning architect Morgan Carey. Design variance was built in. So what we see is a contrived environment, but very, very well crafted. And as well as the design variance, it takes you through various passages of time. Cladding is significantly beyond the porch gables, I feel. And I appreciate the split on other properties that members, officers have said, 50-50 render brick and some 2/3 render with a skirt line of brick. However, this was included in the inception of the design and formed part of the mix. I completely agree with the points that have been made regarding the two plans and design codes, and we have to be mindful that we are somewhat exposed in that Dorset doesn't have a design code at the moment. So when local plans and developments like this come along, it's important that we preserve them. I don't think the cladding is also, I don't think it's in keeping with the style and grandeur of that building. It's not as though it were a rectangular block at the end of the road that could be disguised as a barn. Shiplap boarding, this style is not appropriate for that type of building, and should there have been a building like that constructed historically, I would suggest it absolutely would not have had shiplap boarding on it. I therefore think it's not appropriate for the house, it's not appropriate for the location, and I won't be supporting this application.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second.
Okay, so we've had a proposal to refuse, which has been seconded. Do we have any further comments or questions before we move to a vote? Councillor Trite.
Thanks very much, Bill Trite, Swanage Ward. The development rights relating to this estate were removed, and that, as far as I can see, demonstrates, it shows the determination to safeguard the character of the estate for the future. And I think that is significant. Previous councils, of which I was a member, went to great lengths to ensure protection for the appearance and the character of the estate. And in my view, people should be able to rely on that protection in perpetuity, not to find it compromised or withdrawn by a successive council. So I fully agree with the statements that colleagues have made up to now and add mine to it. I believe we ought to turn this down without hesitation.
Any more comments from anybody else? Before I move to the vote, I just want to say what it seems to me that we have here is a difference of opinion between the officer's view of policy 12 of the new permanent local plan and policy 2 of the neighbourhood plan, as to whether this is the right the right materials to be used at this case. Just the Purbeck local plan policy 12 says the council will expect proposals for all development and other works to demonstrate high quality design that A, positively integrates with their surroundings, B, reflects the diverse but localised traditions of building materials found across Purbeck, and the Arn neighbourhood plan says that new development must demonstrate how it responds to its context and the established character of the area and take account of the Purbeck District Design Guide supplementary planning document. I'm not sure if that's still in force given the new Stowbury conservation area, but it's not in the conservation area, is that right? It's not. So, and it says development proposals should use materials and appropriate detailing which reflect the local distinctiveness and rural character of Arn Parish. And it seems to me that what we're coming down to from the comments made from the floor and what's in the report is there is a slight difference of view as to whether it does or does not meet with those policies. So perhaps before we vote on it, I think I should give the officers a chance to explain why, in their view, it does meet those criteria.
Would you be able to respond?
To the vote, yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Obviously, we considered the materials that were proposed, particularly, I think the sort of key issue is the cladding. And we looked at the variety, I think, of materials within the estate. Obviously, there are some elements of cladding. There's brick buildings, there's render, there's also some stone cladding as well. So there are quite a wide variety of materials within the estate, and we felt in balance that the dwelling, as proposed, would positively integrate with its surroundings in accordance with the new plan.
Okay, thank you. So can we just confirm the original proposal, the proposal that's been seconded was wording? Could you repeat, please?
Yes, indeed, Chairman. You will realise, of course, that as members, we look at the planning balance and the material planning considerations. I've looked, as I've already quoted, at the two relevant policies, the E12 design of the Purbeck plan and policy 2 of the Arn neighbourhood plan. I've looked at the planning balance, and as is my right as a member, I have come down on the other side of the fence on the planning balance, which I have every right to do, and therefore my proposal stands as it was.
Okay. So the grounds for refusal would be it contravenes, in your view, or in the committee's view, if we uphold that refusal.
Yeah, you want me to repeat them? I've got to repeat. Sorry.
Yes, please.
So the wording I've got here is that proposed cladding of the entire first floor of the dwelling would be unsympathetic with the property and estate design, would fail to reflect local distinctiveness and would not positively integrate with its surroundings, contrary to policies E12 of the Purbeck Local Plan, policy 2 of the Arn neighbourhood plan, and the Purbeck District Design Guide.
Thank you.
Its prominent location.
Only that. You're happy with that?
I'm content.
You're content with that? So those in favour of refusal on those grounds, please show. That's unanimous. So the application has been refused. Right. We now have the final two items, which are items 8 and 12 on the original agenda. We have no public speakers for those items. Item 8. Just wait for the officers to change over. Really? So could we ask Councillor Hazard if he wants to return. All right, well, we won't start this until she's present in the room.
Yeah, actually.
Well, if we start it before she's back in the room, she can't take part.
No, we were just going to see if Alex wanted to sit over there.
Please do. If you swap places, that will help you.
All these old people just look the same.
All these old.
You're going to cut through that.
Age was, you know.
55.
Yeah. Actually, make this page 50.
Can we open a few doors?
Just have it.
Just got one.
Robin.
It's not out there. We've lost it. Lost it.
Right place, right time.
Would look awful. You see,
No, you're not. And I have no idea what the conclusion. And again, we're back in the room. The next application is item 8 on the original agenda, which is on page 55. And it is P full 2023 03855, Kemp's Country House, Wareham Road, East Stoke, to sever land and erect a dwelling with associated parking and access. So if we can have the officer presentation, please.
Thank you, Jan. Back to me, Elizabeth Adams again. So the application before you is for a dwelling in East Stoke. It's received objection from the East Stoke Parish Council and from the former ward member, Councillor Brooks, together with one third-party objection. And the grounds for their concerns are set out in pages 61 and 62 of your agenda. The main issue raised was whether the proposal is overdevelopment and whether it offers appropriate living space and would result in damage to trees and additional noise. The application site is in East Stoke, so it's about 3 miles west of Wareham, 2 miles east of Hull. Before we go any further, I just want to give you an update on the situation. This with nutrients. This is an old application. You might have noticed it's a 2023 one. The site lies within the Purbeck, within the Poole Harbour catchment area. Poole Harbour, as you'll be aware, is designated as a special protection area in recognition of its international importance for bird species. In March 2022, Natural England advised that it was in unfavourable condition due to poor water quality as a result of elevated concentrations of phosphorus and nitrogen. So this application was held in abeyance, waiting for clarification from the government in respect of required upgrades to wastewater treatment works. And following the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, the government has confirmed that there is a statutory duty on water and sewage companies to make improvements by 2030, and it will apply to a number of wastewater treatment work affecting the catchment. The 24th of May this year, Natural England confirmed they were happy that the required updates would deliver the necessary reduction in phosphorus levels, but it still remains necessary to secure nitrogen mitigation. Now, until now, the council has relied upon the nitrogen reduction in Poole Harbour supplementary planning document, which I'll call it SPD from here on in. And that basically identifies the amount of nutrients that each additional dwelling will create. It identifies then an area of land that would be required to be taken out of agricultural use to mitigate, and then collects monies for each dwelling through the community infrastructure levy and reskill mitigation. However, on the 25th of July, so that's last Thursday, after this agenda was published, Mike Garrity wrote to all agents of planning applications to advise that the SPD was no longer fit for purpose. This is because it doesn't take into account, or it doesn't accord with the latest scientific evidence and understanding of nutrient loading. And he also pointed out that reliance on SIL has sometimes made it difficult to establish and ensure that the mitigation is secured before people move into the house because of the timing of the SIL collection. So, from today onwards, we cannot give more than very limited weight to the supplementary planning document in planning decisions. So the application is before you on the basis for a grant on the understanding that nitrate mitigation was going to be secured by SIL. That's no longer the case. So if officers, if members are minded to approve once I've done the presentation, then the recommendation is varied, and officers will request that members grant officers delegated powers to be able to secure sufficient nitrate mitigation that we can then proceed to determination. I'll come back to it at the end, but it's that's where we are. So this application site, it's directly off the A352 via the existing bits of access that serves Kemp's Hotel, and also previous development of 6 dwellings. Some of you may be aware of this level crossing, which is down to East Harm, to give you context. East Stoke is a village without a settlement boundary. So it's at the bottom of the settlement hierarchy in the local plan, and officers have identified it as basically being within the countryside. To the south of the A352 is national landscape. So the application site isn't within it, but it is near it. And there are trees on the site protected by a tree preservation order. And the site has been identified as potentially being susceptible to high groundwater level. And there's some low risk surface water on the carriageway. So these are all constraints that have been considered. The planning history is set out in the officer report, pages 57 to 59, it's quite long. But in essence, the planning permission was granted for these 6 dwellings in 2 terraces of 3. They've been constructed, and it's now proposed to extend the western terrace to provide an additional unit. There's proposed to be 2 additional parking spaces, you can see here, and the existing bin store would also, the bin area would be available for use. These are just pictures of the site within the street scene from the carriageway, and then once you come into the site. This top left photo was taken in April 22 when the new terrace of dwellings was still under construction. Below that, this one was taken in August 23 when officer went on site for the previous application. It's quite helpful, it just shows the relationship with the trees that are a decent distance away. If permission is granted, then it's recommended that conditions are imposed to secure tree protection and also replacement planting, because there was previously planting along this western boundary which needs to be re-established. This is a previous application that was refused back in May 2022 for a dwelling on the end. So it's the same position as the current proposal, but it was at the time of consideration, the council was able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So we determined that this was inappropriate development in the countryside, that it would result in harm to the countryside setting. It would have a negative impact on the Poole Harbour Special Protection Area, and also at the time there was a lack of feasible surface water drainage. Subsequently, we granted an extension to this unit here. This was in April 23, and this you just can compare the extant permission with what was previously refused. The proposal was considered to accord with the then policy CO of the Purbeck Local Plan 2012 in respect of extensions to dwellings in the countryside. It was acceptable in respect of other material considerations as well and was approved. So the current proposal takes the same form with the exception of the porch, but the request is that this now be considered as a new two-bedroom dwelling. Since the previous refusal, the Purbeck Local Plan 2024 has been adopted, but we still are unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply for the Purbeck area. We only have 3.73 years, enough land to provide that many years of housing provision. So following the guidance provided by the National Planning Policy Framework, the settlement policy is currently out of date, and permission should be granted unless impacts on protected areas or assets such as the national landscape or flood risk provide clear reason for refusal, or if there's any other harm that's judged to significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefit. The site is previously developed lands, but it's currently courtesy to the existing development, and the current proposal follows the same form as the approved extension. So the bulk has already been judged acceptable in the landscape, and no harm to the national landscape has been identified from that development form. Now, concerns have been raised by objectors about the size of the dwelling. So the Purbeck Local Plan is silent on minimum space standards, but policy E12 requires development to deliver high quality buildings and places and a high standard of amenity, is required by paragraph 135 of the framework. So in the report, we set out at 16.25 onwards that the gross floor area would be approximately 69 square metres, which is 1 metre under the national space standards for a 3-person, 2-bedroom dwelling. So the proposal is below that figure, and it's also recognised that some of that space has restricted head height. So for a 2-bedroom property, the dwelling is modest in scale, but on balance, officers consider that the dwelling is not so small that it could not provide appropriate amenity for future. Other issues that have been raised, concerns raised by an objector about that the additional dwelling with its side entrance could lead to additional noise, but that's not considered to result in any significant impact. The nearest neighbour is to the west is Grange View, it's approximately 80 metres away. There's also biodiversity impacts. You'll hopefully have seen that there's a condition that suggests that the bat tubes that were supposed to, that are on the western elevation are being repositioned and reinstated on the new western elevation. That's to accord with the Council's Natural Environment Team advice. There was concern raised about the lack of affordable housing. There has been a significant delay between the permissions. So the 2019 permission is fully built out, and it's considered that this application has to be a standalone application for the purposes of affordable housing. So because there's only one dwelling, it's not triggered by policy H11. Council's flood risk engineer is satisfied that there's a low risk of groundwater level and surface water flooding. There is an attenuation tank already on the site, which is serving the 6 dwellings, and that's been demonstrated to have capacity. It discharges to a watercourse on the opposite side of the highway, and it's sufficient to accommodate the additional runoff. And the additional vehicular access is also suitable, and 2 parking spaces are judged sufficient for the size of the dwelling, so no objections been raised by highways. So, in the light of the lack of 5-year housing land supply and the principle of the tilted balance, it's considered by officers that the benefit of the dwelling towards the area's housing supply, although very limited, there's only one dwelling, is not significantly demonstrably outweighed by the modest size of the dwelling or its position in the countryside. So the recommendation is approval. As I mentioned at the start, because we no longer have a way of mitigating nitrates at Poole Harbour, if members were minded to grant approval, then we would need to secure new form of mitigation from the applicant. And this might be through a condition if they choose to invest in credits. The Natural Means just brought forward credits from Liscombe Farm. or it might be an alternative bespoke method of mitigation, in which case there might be a legal agreement involved. But that would need to be secured before any positive decision can be made. It's suggested, as I put on the slide, that if that mitigation was not forthcoming within a period identified as acceptable to the head of plan, then it would be refused on the basis of lack of nutrient mitigation. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no public speakers, so we'll move straight to questions from the committee. Do we have any questions? Councillor Brenton.
Councillor Brenton, Richard Mountain. Obviously, I drive past Kemps quite regularly. It's a road I take often, and I have watched the developments there with interest. Could you go back to the photograph of the existing development as made up? I was going to query, rainwater might be diverted into the culvert going under the road. Are any of those properties, bearing in mind they are south facing, do any of them have solar panels on the roofs? Has there been any care taken in rainwater collection as opposed to shooing it across the road? And I didn't notice any mention of heat pumps. Get any information?
Peter?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no proposals of that regard with the current application. In terms of the previous application, I'm afraid I haven't investigated this a separate matter. It doesn't look, it's not see any. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I have one myself, which is if we need a condition for mitigation, what have we got a proposed wording for that condition?
So we need to know what the mitigation is first, because that would inform how the nature of the condition. So it's not something that I can give to you at this stage and say we could. So we need to secure the mitigation. We need to know either that they have bought credits from Natural England, we'll see the piece of paper, or maybe not bought, but they've got the agreement in Natural England to be sold them, or they've identified bespoke mitigation. At that stage, we could either impose a condition to make sure that those credits are bought and in place before application. I'm not sure yet because we're still waiting on advice from the legal team about how it will be progressed. So I can't give it to you now, but my understanding is that there's several routes they could go down, and either it would be a conditional.
Yeah, I understand that, but in order, if we approve this, then there would need to be something that we can refer to say there should be mitigation agreed by either the officer or the head of planning or.
So officer's recommendation to you is that you delegate authority to us only to issue once that mitigation is secured, and we would then add a condition, or we would have the obligation in place before the decision is issued.
Okay. Any further questions?
Just a query, this is a question. Bearing in mind that we have agreed as a council to go for not just climate and environmental, but also nature emergency, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of information about what they might do to help mitigate. We have this theory of BNG and the 10% build up. We've got no plans for solar panels. We've got no plans for rainwater collection. I just begin to go, hang on a minute, are we just thinking of allowing yet another standard little cottage with no benefit to the area? What is the benefit to the area?
So this application was received back in 2023 before biodiversity net gain became a requirement. So they have missed out on that. in terms of the impact of this development, the back mitigation is the main thing that will need to move, but it doesn't, like you say, it doesn't provide a net gain. But we can't, I don't, as an officer, I couldn't recommend further additional additions because I don't think they'd be reasonable or necessary at this stage, following the advice of Dorset Natural Environment Team and the biodiversity standards.
Thank you. I may be being slow, but I'm still concerned about if we approve this, you were saying that there needs to be a plan for mitigation that would go, but there's nothing in the conditions or the terms or anything within the report that makes that clear, unless I've missed it.
So officer's request is that if you are minded to, if you consider the principle as acceptable and it's acceptable in all other respects apart from nitrate mitigation, then you delegate authority back. So the resolution would be to delegate authority to officers to approve if and when nitrate mitigation is secured.
Okay.
As long as that's within 6 months.
Or any date.
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Brenton, did you have a further question? Or?
You did. You weren't satisfied with the response.
It was a comment rather than a question. I'm not really satisfied with the response. It just seems like yet another little cottage. We've got all these policies coming into account. We don't seem to have any way of getting them moving.
Okay. We had a proposal on this. I don't think we have.
Yeah. Suggest that so can I propose that we grant with the conditions and with the delegated responsibility for neutrality mitigation as per the officer's suggestion and wording.
Okay, so the proposal would be to grant based on the officer's report, subject to conditions, once mitigation to secure nutrient neutrality has been secured or refused.
Yeah.
So we would then delegate that.
Delegation to officers.
Yeah. We'll normally say which officer? Have we not?
Head of planning.
Head of planning. Yeah. So given that would be the wording, that's what you were proposing?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that?
Sorry, Jim, can you use your microphone?
We have a proposal to grant, subject to the conditions in the report, plus a condition that once mitigation to secure nitrogen neutrality has been secured, or to refuse it if nutrient neutrality mitigation is not secured within 6 months of the or extended date if agreed by the head of planning. And that extended date, the wording on that's a little bit ambiguous to me. That says head of planning says it could be extended from 6 months. It doesn't say head of planning would be the delegated person.
Yeah, so there's two issues there. One is the head of planning would, because if you're going through the legal agreement route, it could take a little bit more time. So if the head of planning was minded to extend the period from 6 months, then that would give them one to allow legal agreement. That'd be one thing. And then if you are delegating to officers, you would delegate to the head of planning, and you could then delegate that.
So would that then be an added condition? No.
These aren't conditions that we're attaching to our mission. They're just
all right. Okay. Understand. So you're happy with that proposal?
I am. You have somebody else that wishes to speak.
Sorry, can I ask one other question? Baroness Wetmore. if there's a mitigation on this, and I know lots of wards have got planning applications held on this same thing. I mean, around there, I know there's at least 4 sitting, waiting. Why has this come forward and not the others on this understanding? Because we ought to be bringing more with that understanding otherwise. Thank you.
Chair. So this is a quite a fast moving situation. We have issued a number of delegated decisions in the last few weeks because we've been able to receive nutrient calculators to identify the amount of nitrates. We've identified the mitigation that could be secured through SIL, and we've been able to issue a decision. However, from today, this is the first day that we can't rely on the community infrastructure levy via the supplementary planning document. So this is the first application where we've had to say, hang on a minute, we can't progress as we were going to.
So, yeah, effectively, this doesn't go forward as granted until that mitigation is okay. So it could be months ahead until that goes.
6 months.
Is there any reason why they couldn't actually just go ahead anyway? These MDN developments say, okay, we've got it. You know, we've got to pay something towards the mitigation. We're just going to do it anyway. She's shaking her head.
So the recommendation here is that you allow officers to hold on to the application until the mitigation has been secured, and then it'll be issued in the same manner as any delegated decision that's currently sitting awaiting determination.
That was one of the reasons I wanted to just dig into what exactly that recommendation meant. My understanding, and I think it's correct, is that we say this is granted, and the recommendation is grant with conditions. Hang on. Let me finish. This is granted subject to these conditions, plus there must also be an approval from the head of planning that the neutrality mitigation has been accepted by head of planning, and that has to happen within 6 months. Otherwise, our conditional grant becomes a refusal. That might be a form of words that isn't legal, but it's, as I understand it.
Yeah.
So we're minded to.
Yeah. So
it changes the dynamics, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's a minded to decision to grant, but because this mitigation is not available at the minute, we're delegating that decision to officers to go away and find that mitigation, agree it by way of either a Section 106 agreement or other agreement or condition. Then as soon as that's in place, then the permission will be issued.
Okay.
Chairman, I mean, we understand that. Now, I hope that the lay people that we're going to relay this to will understand it too. Thank you.
Assist members. Members, if I can assist your understanding, I think we sent out 1,000 letters to all the agents, the agents that work with us all the time, to explain the situation to them. We've also writing to each of the individual applicants if they're not within our agents pool to explain the situation to them. Clearly, as this is as of today, the officers are also preparing guidance for both officers and any applicants to set out what the options are. So it's just all in the timing, isn't it? It had to be today. Yesterday, this didn't come from the SIL pot. Today, the SIL pot doesn't have enough reserve for us to be able to continue using SIL money for this, and therefore the collecting through SPD. So mitigation has to be delivered through other means. As Liz explained earlier, Natural England have acquired an area of land, but that relies on the developer buying credits in order to offset their development by using that. The land that Natural England has acquired at Liscombe Farm might not be the only land that's put to this purpose, so that gives the developer an option either to go the National England route or to come up with an alternative means. But we need to be able to explore that and to then secure that mitigation either by condition or by Section 106. And it's going to apply to all those developments that are held up, not just this one. The ones that were issued prior to today can rely on the SPD and the money being collected through SIL, But moving forward, we can't rely on that any longer. And I understand it that officers are working on standard conditions and means of delivery. But right now, all we can ask you to do is to delegate that process, which would be universal, to officers. And it'll be consistent across the board on that delivering mechanism, either through 106 or through condition. But as this is the first one and it happens to fall on the day of the committee, then we've had to amend the officer recommendation to allow the process. Had committee been yesterday, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, sorry to put you on the spot, but it does explain it to us exactly where we are. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So we have a proposal which reads exactly as it does on the screen, basically, which is to grant planning permission subject to conditions once mitigation to secure nutrient neutrality has been secured, or refusal of planning permission if nutrient neutrality mitigation is not secured within 6 months or extended date if agreed by the head of planning. So is that your proposal then?
It is. I need to second it.
Is there a seconder? I think we have several. Councillor Morgan's hand was up first. Do you wish to second?
Yeah, Councillor Morgan, still of Wimborne. Yes, I'd like to second with all the what's ever on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take a vote. Do we have all those in favour? Please show. And again, that looks like unanimous. Oh, sorry. I thought you had your hand up, Bill.
Abstaining.
One abstention.
One abstention.
Hey,
To be seen whether this mitigation.
Okay.
The last one, so be quick.
Moving on, we come to the last application, which is full application 2024-01190, which is for St Ives County First School, Sandy Lane, St Ives. It's proposed annex to create additional classrooms.
Oh, it's got cladding.
It's got cladding and nutrient mitigation, and
It's got everything else.
no, it doesn't.
We have a cedar roof.
So, once we've got the officers successfully changed over and in place, we can go straight to the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Claire Hicks, planning officer for this application at St Ives County First School in St Anna's and St Ives. This application comes before the committee because it is on council own matters. The site is located in St Anna's and St Ives, as you can see here. From the site plan, you can see there are existing structures to the rear of the main school building. The proposed classrooms would be sited here, where the star is. These are the proposed elevations. It will be a timber framed building with red branded cladding. This is the proposed floor plan and roof plan. This is the context in which the school sits. The new classroom to the rear will not be evident from outside the school site. The proposed location of the single-storey annex building, which will provide 2 additional classrooms, is on a grassed area, which is separate from the school field. Officers consider that the design is in keeping with existing school buildings. This is an aerial image showing the school and where the proposed classrooms would be. They'll be here again. There has been one third-party representation on this application. This included concern about potential change to the trees and hedges on the rear boundary with neighbouring residential properties.
but no changes to vegetation is required to achieve the development. Concern was also raised about the potential for noise impact, but as the proposed building is to accommodate only 2 small rooms with limited capacity and will be sited 21 metres from a shared boundary, no significant additional noise impact is anticipated. The objector was given additional time to comment after the raised concerns about becoming aware of the application late in the consultation period. Although the site is subject to surface water flood risk, the finished floor levels of the classrooms would match those of the school. The Council's flood risk management engineer is satisfied that condition 4 in the agenda can secure appropriate surface water management to avoid increasing flood risk. For these reasons, the recommendation is approval, subject to conditions, on page 140 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No public speakers. So any queries, questions from councillors? Yeah, wait.
David first and then.
David, Beryl and Tony.
Do you want to speak first, David?
Yes, certainly. Yeah. It's still Councillor Morgan from Wimborne. I like school applications. I've read this through, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it's a county school, which is good. Secondly, it's built on our land, which is also good. And it's good that it's needed. So I'm going to be bold enough to suggest at this stage that we grant permission.
Good. Does anybody have any questions first? Doesn't like it, so Beryl?
Yeah. Yes, I'm asking why these additions to the school, like water cabins at the back or whatever they are, these are separate classrooms. Why can't buildings be put next, make them permanent onto the building already, rather than having them separate buildings in the space? That's my question, because several others have been built and they're all sort of separate around the place. I mean, I know one was a mugger or a gym, things like that, maybe you want to put it away from something. But I just wondered, why aren't you adding it on to the building as an extension rather than have a separate classroom? Would it cost less? Thank you.
I'm not sure we can go down that route. We've got a planning application before us, which we can consider. We can't consider potential alternatives that might be better or different. We're here to consider the application we've got. Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Joe. Just a very quick question. The cladding, I've never come across around this before. Can I just have a quick explanation as to what it is, whether it's natural or composite or? I just have to find it a minute. I'm quite happy to have a later response to that because it doesn't affect anything. I'm just out of interest. So I'm happy for you to move on with the debate.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll move on and give the officers a chance to. And they've done it.
Have you had the Google, Councillor Chairman?
Try ChatGPT, it's wonderful.
We can hopefully share their screen and the images that it's got.
You see that? Okay. That's what the material looks like. So, elements built with. Is it timber?
Yes. Block timber or something.
A composite.
It's not next.
A composite with appearance of wood.
It is. Chairman.
Question.
Chairman.
Please, Councillor Sarryhouse.
Yeah, can I ask if this reflects your understanding of what red grandis cladding is, please, officer? I have information here that says red grandis cladding is a type of exterior timber cladding made from red grandis hardwood timber sourced from Uruguay. The timber comes from eucalyptus family and is known for its straight grain, stability and durability. Key features: durability, stability, sustainability and appearance. Does that reflect your understanding of the material?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Ezard? I'm not, is your hand up or is it?
Just coming back to Councillor Izzard, I taught in a hut that had been there for 40 years.
Can I mention, you know, when there was the horrible, horrific fire in London, all about cladding not being up to standard, and this was a sort of composite stuff, not wooden, that I was at that time on Dorset County Council, and I asked the question, how many buildings in Dorset did actually have any of that cladding? And a few of the schools actually did, but they only had it up to the first floor. And actually the Purbeck School has got a couple of panels by the front entrance that of that sort of cladding. But it is worth actually keeping an eye on what's going on with that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any further comments or questions?
Yeah, I've got. Are we to enter into the debate period now?
They've gone on the head.
They move from one to the other in a fluid form.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciating the circular movement of technical questions to debate. Looking at this and certain, and I can't say because we don't have that detail on the application, but looking at the size of the classrooms, you've clearly got a couple of one-to-one suggested desks there, a very small room. I would like to think that in a county school, and as corporate parents, that this would be to support possibly send provision within the school or a quieter space for those students that need it. And so at this point, and on that basis of my understanding of what we've seen and everything we've heard, I move to support this application.
Okay, so that's a proposal to
David, wonderful. Happy to follow you in seconding the motion.
Do you want to say anything, David?
Thank you, Councillor.
Say anything, David, or you just want to second it?
Just want to go on.
Yeah, I won't go through the rigmarole. Yes, one would like to know it was sent, and I think it will probably be a table with chairs. We don't have desks as such.
Okay. So we've got a proposal to grant. We've got it, it's been seconded. Move to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unanimous. Right. We have no further items on the agenda.
Just need to for the mic declare that as
no. So that is granted.
Yes.
Unanimous. We have no further items on the agenda. There are urgent items. There's no exempt business. So on that basis, 14:38, we'll close the meeting.
Can I ask when the next meeting is?
No. Probably.
I'll be right close to Dorchester.
It's going to be busy, so.